We are live. How is everybody doing this fine Sunday? Hopefully well. Just gonna do a bit of audio mixing, make sure everything sounds good, and we'll get started. Do let me know how things sound. Am I too loud? Is the music too loud? Etc. Don't know why I felt the need to say etc. there. Those are really the only two options. Got a lot of people here today. It's almost like there was a project submitted that like fucking everybody worked on or something. Crazy. It's your birthday this week? Happy birthday, Bitwiseman. I hope you enjoy your older year. It's too loud. How vibin'? Oh god. I think I'm in my 4th week back at college after being away for 10 years. It's an experience. I'm still alive. We'll leave it at that. Oh my goodness. Okay. But it does seem like everything is going nicely. Everything sounds good. So I think we should just get started, shall we? So, our first submission of the day. Oh gosh, I have to deal with... Hold on one second. I think YouTube is throttling the bandwidths of anybody using an ad blocker, so I had to get rid of mine, which I was only using so I could seamlessly transition from song to song in Peasant's perspective, but now I can't do that. So now I gotta, like, awkwardly handle ads at the same time. Okay, anyway then. Our first submission of the day comes from our beloved scribe, Potato. For, specifically, the washing machine transformation of Banjo to be put into Smash Brothers. Because why not, you know? Not enough appliances on the roster, if you ask me. When you have Mumbo Jumbo, great start, transforms Banjo in Banjo-Kazooie, there's a small chance that Banjo gets turned into a washing machine on accident before Mumbo changes you back to normal. However, there's a cheat code that you can unlock called Wishy Washy Banjo that actually lets you play as the washing machine, which surprisingly lets you still keep a lot of Banjo and Kazooie's moves, albeit with reduced range and the inability to do things like the down and trot. In Banjo-Tooie, this Washer Banjo becomes a fully fledged transformation for Banjo to use for the Grunty Industries level, in which you're tasked to weigh down on switches and clean some overalls. While Washer Banjo's walking animation has him waddle like he does when you play him in Banjo-Tooie, his running animation has him move on wheels like he does in Banjo-Tooie. This will be useful to remember for later. To supplement Washer Banjo's moveset, certain moves have him open his window to attack with clothes still inside him. Think something akin to how Bowser Jr.'s clown car works in Smash. These can range from generic clothes to the occasional references to characters from other rare games. I'll leave some references for specific moves up to your imagination, but here are some oh, that's hilarious. So there's just a list of all these other characters here. So as you're playing as this Washer Banjo, you'll just randomly see it washing Conker's sweater and shoes, Joanna Dark's bodysuit, the leg bands of the Battletoads, James Bond's tuxedo. Just like 17 other examples. I'll just slowly scroll past all of these. Oh, even a shout out to Edison as well. That's hilarious. I love that. Playstyle. Befitting of a transformation with the most health in Banjo-Tooie, Washer Banjo is on the relatively weighty side. However, thanks to Kazooie tagging along, Washer Banjo is surprisingly decent in the air for his body type, with Kazooie working overtime to keep this appliance afloat. Being the cleaning appliance he is, part of Washer Banjo's game plan is landing grabs. However, he also happens to make good use of disjoints and a couple of projectiles thanks to his laundry. So he's something of a heavy mixed attacker. Unique mechanic. Attacks like grabs, throws, command grabs, and most moves that incorporate Washer Banjo hitting you with pieces of clothing he spits out apply bleach, a most basic of compounds. The more bleach is applied to an opponent, the slower they become, visually indicated by their character's model color gradually draining out. So it's just an inverse inkling. I love that. As though Washer Banjo is basically bleaching their clothes from running through the wash too much. This speed debuff to Washer Banjo's opponent means that despite only having okay movement, he can gradually turn the tides if he plays his cards right. Just slightly bleaching his model. Pros. Ever wonder what it's like to play a washing machine? Lots of potential for fan service with all the different kinds of series you can reference to the clothing Washer Banjo can fight with. Decently decent in the air given his body type. Cons. Combo food. Has to rely on bleach and hygiene. Sure. Alright, moveset. Jab is a 2-hit jab where Banjo hits his opponents with the front corners of himself. Basically, imagine yourself hitting someone with your shoulders. Now imagine you're a washing machine. Sure. And a rapid jab in which Washer Banjo opens his window to spin a piece of clothing several times, finishing with him spitting it out. Forward tilt is just smacking people with the window. Up tilt, Kazooie pops out of the backpack to peck upwards. Down tilt opens the window for a pant leg to whip out, hits multiple times. Dash attack. Washer Banjo somersaults forwards, much to the distress of Kazooie. Think something like Banjo-Kazooie's dash attack with the oomph of King Dedede's. Alright. Forward smash just falls on his face. Ah, this is silly. I love it. Up smash. Kazooie bears Washer Banjo on her back and attempts to push him up like she does for regular Banjo's up tilt. While she is able to push him up briefly, which has a hitbox, Kazooie buckles under the weight as Washer Banjo falls under her for a second hitbox. Down smash, spins around, his backpack also swinging around with Kazooie cawing in distress. Poor Kazooie, for the whole bit of this. Neutral air, just a simple somersault. Forward air is a spew of water. Back air thrusts his back backward, kind of like Bowser's old back air where he thrusts his shell back. This comes with 2 different reactions from Kazooie depending on whether you whiff or not. If you whiff, Kazooie briefly squawks. If you land it, Kazooie is squished. Up air, same up air as Banjo's current one. And down air, plummets downward, his back facing the ground. Kazooie squawks as she finds herself between a rock and a hard place, being sandwiched between Washer Banjo and the stage. Kicking up dust like how Washer Banjo impacts the ground after jumping in Banjo-Tooie. Basically, think Banjo and Kazooie's down aerial and smash, but Kazooie gets more squished. Grabs and throws. Washer Banjo opens his window to latch onto an enemy. Pummel is just swirling his opponent's head himself. Just literally gives him a swirly. That's amazing. Forward throw, spits it forward. Back throw, does a backward somersault and belly flops onto the ground, launching his opponent behind him. Imagine if Kirby could do his back throw while he's inhaled someone. I forgot to share the link. Sorry about that, but hey, I remembered before we got to the end of the moveset. That's something. Can be used to yeet you and your victim off the stage with the right positioning. I love throws like this. They're so funny. Up throw, spits his opponent out at a diagonal upward angle. Holding the throw button after this has Washer Banjo followed up by spitting 3 pieces of clothing at them. And down throw, Washer Banjo fully swallows his opponent, rattling them inside for a bit before exploding. like if Kirby could detonate while inhaling an opponent. Alright, specials! Neutral special, Tidy Whities. Trademark move in Banjo Tooie, he spits out a clean pair of underwear. While this is a simple projectile in its home game, I decided to have a little fun with this. Upon hitting an opponent, the underwear latches onto the opponent's head! Yes! That's hilarious. Not only does this slow down the opponent as though it's obscuring their vision, it also muffles their voice lines. The slowness stacks with bleach. That's amazing. Side special, Laundro Dash. After a little startup, Washer Banjo hurtles forward with his window open to grab any unfortunate victim. Eats projectiles, making this helpful for breaking through zoners. Not only is this a repurposing of Kirby's old custom side B in Smash 4, it's also something of a reference to a weird glitch you can do as Washer Banjo in Banjo Tooie that propels him forward a great deal if you play the game at 60 FPS through the use of a Game Shark code. Our special is Weight Wash. Kazooie lifts Washer Banjo as high as she can before giving out. Banjo plumps down. Basically imagine Duck Hunt's Uppy, but instead of gracefully floating down to the ground, they plummet and hit the ground hard. Down special is the Deterrent. Washer Banjo rumbles before spewing out laundry water in front of himself. Against opponents, this is a non-damaging windbox, but more important is how it affects the stage. Parts of the stage covered by laundry water have reduced traction and increase the chance of tripping for opponents. This also affects moves such as the following. Increases attack run speed, increases dash attack's travel distance, down smash propels Washer Banjo in the direction he was facing upon initiating the move, and increases speed at which grounded side special travels. Which is inspired apparently by Sleepy Swampbird's Flood idea for his Mario rework. Neat! I always like moves like this that affect something on either the stage or the character that changes up other parts of the moveset. It's just interesting. I like stuff like that. And then what on earth is the final smash for this? Washer Banjo rumbles briefly before unleashing a torrent of water in a beam-like fashion. Imagine something like Samus' Zero Laser with the addition of various pieces of clothing also flying out. Fun! Boxing ring title, throwing the Banjo out with the washing machine. Stage entrance is, of course, the transformation from Mumbo. Blinks for the idols, or kind of just swings his windows around. Taunts! Washer Banjo lets out what I can only describe as a hiccup, a bubble of detergent escaping from his window. Please say the bubble has a hitbox. That would be hilarious. I have another one of Kazooie popping her head out of Washer Banjo's backpack and pecking at the top of Washer Banjo a few times before snuggling back into the backpack. And then one final taunt of Mumbo trying to turn him back, but failing miserably. That's hilarious. Results screen, victories. Ding ding, as always finished cleaning as Mumbo Jumbo walks in wearing a towel. There's blink on its satisfaction. It's such a simple joke and punchline, but it's so good. Number 2, shoots the camera with a wet t-shirt that's just advertising Banjo Kazooie. And for defeat, Washer Banjo is on fire and smoking, with Kazooie furiously flapping her wings trying to put the fire out. And then costume-wise, first view only changed the color of Washer Banjo's backpack and shorts, while as later, costumes changed the appearance of the Washer. Got the default, got a blue and purple, nice yellow, Gruntilda colors. We've got a recolor based off of the Chest of Sorrow in Sea of Thieves. Fun. We'll also passively leak water, because that's how the Chest of Sorrow works in this game. And Kazooie wears an eye patch and pirate hat to reference Captain Black Eye. That's amazing. I love that. We got a recolor based on Donkey Kong Country with the various symbols of the animal buddies. We've got one that gives him an icy appearance like Glacius, giving looking blue attack trails on his deck. I wish more costumes in Smash Brothers had, like, just different trail effects on the attacks. That wouldn't be too hard to do, and it'd be a nice way of differentiating them a little bit. And one more that retextures Washer Banjo to resemble a hover crate from Perfect Dark. Classic mode is Laundry Day, themed around characters who wear clothes and have alternate costumes, such as Shulk in his shorts. So it's just themed around, okay, here's all the characters that need to have something washed by you. Kazuya's getting his suit cleaned. Little Max getting his hoodie, Zero Suit, her bodysuit. That's so good. And the stage, of course, is Grunty Industries. A hodgepodge of pieces from that place from Banjo Tooie. There are switches players can step on that open things. There's also a big magnet that will occasionally come out that pulls players towards it. Looks like it is a traveling stage as well, just going around the various areas of the place. Also, welders are here that will shoot fireballs at players. And then it's just a handy set of references. Short, sweet, simple, but so funny. Like, there's nothing particularly crazy in the movesets, but I love all the different ways of just... Well, like, you're taking the concept of a washing machine fighting to its fullest extent, and that's just kind of hilarious. I love the idea of referencing so many different rare properties just through having the clothes being cleaned and spat out in all those various different ways. And the stupid bleach thing. Oh my goodness. I can't really give any feedback on it. You had a very clear goal with this idea. You set out to achieve it, and you know what? Full marks, you did it. You turned a washing machine into a feasible Smash Brothers moveset. The most hilarious part of this is that this is simple enough that I bet somebody could make this in Rivals of Aether pretty simply. Somebody get on that. That would be hilarious. But yeah, well done, Potato. Thank you for sharing that. That was very fun. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Will ads ruin my day? Not yet. Okay. Next up, for us to peruse, I'm going to remember to share the link this time. One of our beloved channel members, we have an idea for Shez by Akonu. Greetings, Duke and fellow peasants. This is Akonu, and slightly late Happy New Year's. What a better way to kick off 2024 than by finishing the second part of my Fixing the Three Houses representation in Smash series. Let's get into it. Byleth's character is a bit boring. I know, shocking. It makes sense that Byleth would be chosen as the Three Houses representative in Smash, given that they're the only character who's the protagonist in every route in Three Houses. But unfortunately, that does mean that Smash is forced to be stuck with this generic, boring character. So what can be done to fix the Ashen Demon? Duke has said that a possible way to make a character more interesting is by giving them someone to bounce off of, a sentiment that I agree with wholeheartedly. Fortunately for me, Koei Tecmo and Nintendo already have given us a rival for Byleth. A rival whose character is really well done in my eyes, and could be an excellently designed fighter in Smash. I'm of course talking about Shez, the protagonist and player avatar of Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Let's see how this character can be like in Smash. Context for these, unfamiliar with the character, I'm mainly referring to Duke. Fair. Barely paid attention to 3 Hopes' existence, so I have no idea who Shez is. The most important thing to understand about Shez as a character that in almost every aspect of his personality, fighting style, and abilities were designed to mirror Byleth. Their rivalry further explores the Three Houses' themes of mirroring and what makes their rivals interesting. With Shez being the opposite of a stoic, boring blank slate, Shez managed to become one of, if not the best, and interesting Fire Emblem avatars ever seen in the series. I mean, that is a bit of a low bar. Like, what are the other avatars? Robin, Corin, Mark, I guess, the unnamed one in the remake of Marth's sequel game, and I think that's Byleth as well. But alright, let's see what we got here. First off, Shez is fully voiced in supports, cutscenes, and occasionally in other types of dialogue. The devs treated him as they would any other Three Houses character, which means that he gets a chance to have a distinct personality. Shez has a laid-back, easygoing attitude with a surprising amount of wisdom for his young age. He's a hard worker, willing to do nearly anything if it means getting better at his job as a mercenary. In combat, he favors raw instinct over battle-tested tactics. Because of this, his plan A is to dive headfirst into fights, and it's because of this that he can easily get into avoidable dangers. That's not to say he charges forward because he's cocky or stupid. It's just that, as a mercenary, if you aren't where the action is, then you're not going to get noticed by potential clients. A mercenary who doesn't get noticed is a mercenary that doesn't get paid. Shez also follows what I like to call the Three Houses character formula. At first, he seems to be a bit of a stereotype, a young warrior who leaps into fights without a second thought and tries to help out whenever he can. But if you look deeper through support and paralogs, you'll find that there's many subtle nuances to his character. He also has a spirit that lives in his head, who's a mirror to Sothis. Wasn't kidding about the whole mirroring thing. Arvel is a mysterious, spirit-like being who exists on the edge of dreams and reality. She is Shez's guide, is the brains of the duo, as well as being the only one who provides Shez with the powers to escape the dangers he gets himself into. She also has a deep feeling that the two are bound by destiny to bring down Byleth, going as far as calling herself and Shez partners in destiny to overcoming and ending the Ashen Demon. Shez's fighting style is very straightforward, literally. He just dives headfirst into the front lines and figures out the rest as he goes along. His fighting style is heavily rushed down with rapid, flashy attacks. In other words, he's a better Smash Roy than Roy. This fighting style suits his character, and is only a viable fighting style due to his unique weapon choice for a Fire Emblem character, dual-wielding swords. As if dual-wielding and being a good character wasn't enough, Shez has one of, if not the most, unique sets of powers of any Fire Emblem character. However, Shez himself doesn't have access to magic that any other character would have. In fact, he doesn't even have a crest. That's where Arvel steps in. Her powers make the mercenary really stand out from other Fire Emblem characters. Shez is granted the full mastery of Dark Magic by Arvel. Dark Magic is a largely unexplored magic in the present-day time of Three Hopes and Three Houses. But Arvel understands the cryptic magic completely, and allows Shez free access to the most advanced and powerful aspect of it, the ability to warp space. Shez with Dark Magic is able to shapeshift and summon objects out of thin air, such as the sword shown here, which he holds in his right hand. The sword is manifested from Dark Magic, and can be summoned or dematerialized at will. Dark Magic also allows Shez unrestricted teleportation, the ability to shoot purple crescent blade beams and summon energy tornadoes. Ooh, fun. And fun fact, Shez having dark powers that allows for warping space is once again mirroring Byleth, with their divine light powers having the power over time. Dark versus light, and space versus time. Moving on to Smash. Shez's design embodies many aspects relating to Shez, his character, his unique weapon choice, his mysterious dark powers, and the mechanics of Three Hopes and the hack-and-slash genre he originates from. Given, as I said in the character analysis section, it shouldn't be surprised that Shez's Smash moveset falls into the rushdown sword fighter archetype, alongside characters like Roy, Chrom, Cloud, and Mithra. Shez stands out from the archetype by being considerably more mechanically complex and is more of a grounded fighter. Shez also has a much more flexible combo-enabling moveset that opens up so many combo routes. that it wouldn't be hard for a Shez player to find their own voice in the way they execute combos. Makes sense, even by Warrior standards. Shez's combo game in 3 houses is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just look at this. This is a true combo. These strengths are balanced out through poor safety on shield, mediocre out-of-shield options, and a very underwhelming projectile and grab. Shez's main weakness is that he struggles to pressure shields effectively. With Shez being aggressive and combo-focused, but with lack of shield pressure, it once again mirrors Byleth's defensive bait-and-punish playstyle. They both perfectly counter each other. If they are in a 1v1, whoever wins is determined if Shez can break through Byleth's defenses, or if Byleth can keep Shez at bay with their superior range. I really like this initial thought process and design of trying to mirror Byleth. Smash has only done that with a few characters. Like DK K. Rool, kind of Wario and Mario, but only for a few moves. And it's really something I wish they tried to make more of an active effort to showcase. I think it's a fun way of showcasing, like, character relationships in a fighting game without actually having much character interaction. Although, to be fair, that's something that Smash Bros. Really needs more of in the first place. Anyway, I will linger on the stats here for just a second. Not quite... Never quite fun just reading out these, but we got low weights, kind of just average movement options in general, but some insanely strong combo potential and burst utility. Mechanics: strong finishers. Strong finishers are the translation of Dynasty Warrior's basic combo gameplay of the Y into X combo system. After Shez hits an opponent or their shield with a grounded attack or smash attack, there is a tight window that Shez can press special to indicate execute a strong finisher. If Shez pulls this off, the attack's animation will fully cancel in order to start the strong finisher right away. The functionality of fully canceling a normal attack by pressing special should be familiar to Shoto players, as Ryu, Ken, and Terry have the same mechanic. But what exactly is a strong finisher in Shez's moveset? Strong finishers are flashy, absurd, and over-the-top attacks. These attacks range from stage positioning tools, combo starters, or kill moves. It's important to note that each of Shez's grounded attacks, jab, dash attack, tilts, and smashes have their own strong finisher. For example, forward tilt strong finisher Shadow Blade is not the same as up smash's strong finisher Cataclysmic Cyclone. There's a total of 9 different strong finishers, which I'll be going over when we discuss Shez's grounded attacks and smash attacks. We have a class gauge resource mechanic. Shez's class gauge is meant to harken back to the fact that in 3 Hopes, most of the powerful utility abilities are tied to some sort of resource mechanic. Combo arts, warrior specials, and class actions, to name a few. This resource mechanic allows the more broken parts about Shez, namely the strong finishers, and some other special moves to be as powerful as they are. Shez has 2 golden sword icons and a very small horizontal meter that is a dull gold color. Both are displayed to the bottom right of the character UI, below the player's tag and to the right of the stock icons. The sword and the meter are the same as the ones in 3 Hopes, and their function in 3 Hopes is similar to Shez's Smash moveset. Using strong finishers will consume one of the sword icons, while using Shez's deadly smash attack, strong finishers, consumes 2. Some of Shez's special moves also pull from the class gauge. If you don't have any icons available, then you won't be able to use the abilities that require them. One of the icons will be passively restored every 6 seconds, hence why the meter is there, to show the progress of the recharge. The passive recharge is the only way the icons recharge, so the Shez player is advised to expend the class gauge wisely. Alright, getting into actual moves now. Jab attack is a pair of basic slashes going forward from right to left. Just this nice little swish slash we got right here. And then the strong finisher for that is a series of many upward slashes that deal a fair amount of damage. Oh, hold on. No, I see. So you can actually get different strong finishers based on when you use the special through the jab combo. Okay, that threw me for a loop for a second, but I get it. So this is the first hit of jab. 2 slices because dual wielding. Dual wielding is cool. Jab 2 releases a quick double slash. This attack shares the traits with his first jab, being considered a single attack and dealing low damage. However, this is a launcher with unimpressive knockback. But if you use the strong finisher here, it becomes rapid stabs. Transition into a flurry of stabs. Continuous stab, and when the input is let go, will lean in with a powerful final stab. So launch up and then impale them. Cool, I like it. We have the dash attack, Teleport Slash. A run-up slash with one of his swords, sitting at a very horizontal angle. Base knockback is decently high, making it unusable as a combo starter, and the knockback growth is incredibly low. There's a reason for this, however. The knockback is intentionally consistent to allow Shez to properly connect the strong finisher. Oh no, this is Teleport Slash. After hitting the opponent with dash attack, Shez can execute Teleport Slash to teleport ahead and automatically perform a quick upward slash with his other sword. That sounds just so sick to use in the game. Look at this. I can totally see something like this working in Smash. Like, imagine, like, not using it for the combo aspect of it, but for, like, teleporting past a projectile and hitting a zoner through it. That would be so cool. You can also hold special to teleport Shez further, so you got some utility with it as well. This is neat. I like that. You can also teleport off stage. Always bugs me when a Smash Brothers like mobility move thing gets stopped automatically by the stage. Doesn't feel as good to just come to a screeching halt without actually running into anything. Forward tilt is just a swing forward with his steel sword. Let's have a nice gif right here showcasing that. He uses the special though. He gets the X-shaped beam's Shadow Blade. They'll drag opponents as the projectile travels, similar to Greninja's neutral special. Very good at catching opponents while traveling. Up tilt. We get a surprise cameo from Suga. Nice. Put each of his swords to the opposite hip, causing his arms to cross each other. In this position, he swings them upward at a blinding speed at the same time. Launches straight up and is pretty good as a combo starter and anti-air attack, but has a blind spot behind Shez. Oh, that's sick. So, using the special after this attack will have him teleport right above the opponent to slash them back down. Okay, you are kind of selling me on how cool Shez would be. Just this combo of dual-wielding sword fighter with constant teleportation. Like, not gonna lie, that's pretty sick. Alright, down tilt. Crouch and slash with a steel sword, much like Link's or Ike's. Using this special becomes Arcing Slash. Swings his Manifested sword in an arc similar to Armor's up tilt, but strangely enough, launches opponents up and slightly behind Shez with similarly low knockback. This, along with down tilt, Shez can choose if he wants to combo his opponents to the left or right. Which is interesting, because that really shakes up how opponents can choose to DI from the attack. That's neat, I like that. Smash attacks! All of Shez's smash attacks have average frame data and below average kill power. But the strong finishers of his smash attacks make up for that weakness in spades, boasting very solid kill power and in the case of up smash, a solid combo starter. However, it costs both of the two class gauge icons to perform these specific strong finishers. If the Shez player wants to use these strong finishers to end stocks early, they'll need to hold themselves back from using other strong finishers until both icons are recharged. For the forward smash, has two different hits similar to Link. Shez will lunge forward and then stab with both of his swords. Doesn't really inflict any sort of knockback, as its only real purpose is to link into the second hit or violent vortex. Upon hitting the attack button again, Shez will jolt his swords out from the stab pose. This attack launches his opponents away with pretty modest knockback for a smash attack. It's important to note that the violent hit of forward smash cannot be cancelled into the strong finisher. So you have a split second to choose if you want to do the simple cross slash we see here, or the violent flurry of attacks we've got right here, as he follows through with a stab attack with a combination of various energy attacks that lead into a final cyclone that has very high knockback and is the most deadly attack in his entire moveset. God, that's sick. Like, look at that. The combo of the teleportation plus the just slow-moving blade beams, that's so cool. You can also travel off stage, which is terrifying. Up smash is Cataclysmic Cyclone. Similar to Pit's up smash, a flourish of several slashes from both of his swords. Unlike Pit, this does not have a scooping hitbox in front of Shez, so it's only useful as an anti-air. But with the strong finisher, Shez will begin to twirl his blades above his head, summoning the colossal purple energy cyclone you see on the right. Deals low damage and drags them opponents straight up. However, the real highlight of this attack is that Shez is free to act before the cyclone despawns? Ooh! The speed at which the opponents are dragged up the tornado scales with how much the opponent is damaged. At around 90%, the opponents are dragged up too fast where it lifts them out of the cyclone before Shez can act, at which point, Cataclysmic Cyclone is pretty useless. That's an interesting tool for a platform fighter. I don't know if anybody else in Smash has something like that. Neat. I like it. Down smash will slash his swords downwards at the same time, a first for the sword fighter archetype. This attack can two-frame opponents on the ledge, as the first frame of the attack is a bigger hitbox that is able to reach under the ledge. The launch angle is that of Brawl Marth's down smash, shooting opponents straight up with the weak knockback for a smash attack. With a strong finisher, will use his ultimate combat art, Swift Slice, to rapidly attack the opponent. There are some notable differences to Swift Slice and Smash, though. First, Shez performs the entire animation slightly quicker to better fit with Ultimate's pace. Second, it does not deal quite as much insane damage as it does in Three Hopes. But the real highlight of this attack is the launch angle of the final hit. It's gross. The launch angle is comparable to Steve's down smash or Captain Falcon's down tilt. Great against opponents with poor recoveries. Again, you're really selling me that this character is really, just animation-wise alone, that is so sick. Okay, grabs and throws. Shez makes his manifested sword disappear and then tries to grab an opponent with his newly free hand. Grab is frame 10. Tied with the Belmonts for the slowest tether grab in the game. A bad grab is one of Shez's biggest weaknesses, fitting for a dual wielder. His pummel is hilt bash, just like Link's, just hits him with the hilt. Forward throw is Wrath Strike. Shez will kick his opponent's leg, tripping them in order to lead into the combat art Wrath Strike. Just taking his sword and slamming it down into the ground with very strong force. Deals good damage, but that's all it's good at doing. Not to mention that Shez also suffers 8% damage from the debris. Ow! Back throw is Assassinate. Will stab the opponent before regrabbing his opponent, then ripping them off his blade and stabbing them behind him. This has non-existent kill power or combo potential. Just going to very lightly complain that this Fire Emblem character gets a more brutal grab than Ridley does in the current game. That's messed up. Up throw is Shadow Sweep. Will perform a small hop and fling his body to perform 2 flashy spin attacks, summoning a purple energy tornado, launching opponents high up and away with underwhelming knockback. Note, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find Shadow Sweep in Shez's combat art list. You'll have to settle with Wind Sweep for its ugly green color as a visual reference. Down throw is Grounder, will slash 3 times with the steel sword, dealing average damage and launching opponents away. This barely works as a combo throw into an aerial until 20% or so. Alright, aerial attack. Whirling Blades. Again, comparable to Claren from Rivals of Aether. Claren's such a sick design in Rivals of Aether. Both in terms of moveset and just visuals. Like, look at that character. Very cool. 2 swords swinging around, very rapid multi-hit attack, and does not have a landing hitbox, making it a very ideal tool for drag-down combos. But with its mediocre startup, the last hit having high base knockback and poor knockback growth, its reward beyond just being a get-off-me is fairly limited. Forward Air, Cross Slice. Form an attack with the animation being comparable to the second hit of Forward Smash. Decent horizontal range for a sword fighter, but also blind spots above and below Shez. This is Shez's most consistent kill aerial. Back air is double slash. Flushes with each of his blades while turning his body 180 degrees. Similar in animation to Meta Knight's back air, but only with 2 slashes. Launches with average knockback, but if you land the first hit while cancelling the animation by landing on the ground, it will pop opponents up, like Joker's first hit of Forward Air. This is a very good combo starter. Up air is Joint Stab, stabs both swords upwards, the tip of the blades connecting directly above him. Has a tip or sweet spot, making it the strongest aerial attack, but only with the sweet spot. And then down air is Flurry Dive, a very unique stall and fall. Shez will disappear with a teleport with intangibility frames. The dark magic used will have a small hitbox that will flinch opponents who are caught in it. Shez will then appear right above where he teleported from, falling at Mach speed head first, with his swords swinging wildly through the descent. He will launch anyone away who gets caught in the diving attack. If Shez is about to hit the ground during the animation, he understandably chooses not to land on the stage first because ouch. He will avoid said ouch by disappearing briefly right before hitting the ground and will reappear crouched on the ground where he was about to land. That is absolutely sick. I love how that sounds. Just the idea of barely dodging out of an opponent's up air or up smash with the teleport and then immediately coming crashing back down on them. God, that sounds like the most fun move that has been described so far. I love that. Alright, special moves. Shez's neutral special fulfills a similar role to Sora's Thundaga. A series of projectiles that cover a large space at the cost of having a poor startup. Upon pressing neutral special, a purple circle appears at a fixed distance in front of Shez. Shez will then summon 4 dark spikes high in the air, even exceeding the height of the top battlefield platform. These spikes will float around for around 40 frames, lacking any hitboxes. Shez at this point is free to act. After the stalled time, the spikes will start to descend to the purple circle one after the other, starting with the one closest to Shez from when he casted it. If the spike's paths are interrupted by an object, platform, character, etc., then the spikes will explode on that object. Dark Spike's Tau can be a decent trapping tool, but the high startup means that an opponent who is swift on their feet can avoid this entirely. It might seem busted to give a rushdown sword fighter a trapping projectile, but Dark Spike's Tau has an asterisk. Shez needs to expend a sword icon from the class gauge to use this spell, meaning that he can't spam it, and using the spell runs the risk of not having parts of the class gauge when you need it most. Okay. Well, so first off, that sounds awesome. Very fun ability to use, but remind me really quick. It's 2 per gauge with... Yeah, 2 swords per gauge, and they recover every... Okay, yeah, no, that sounds fair, Only being able to use it essentially once every 6 seconds if you don't use it wisely. That sounds totally fair. Side special is Reckless Rush. Comparable to Mithra's side special Photon Edge, Shez will slash wildly while teleporting multiple times forward. If used in the air, he will be put into special fall. However, this attack doesn't link into itself. It doesn't have the right re-hit property. Instead, each attack sends straight up with weak knockback. Why did I not make a multi-hit? Well, that's what Dark Rush is for. Has a smash input. Okay. If Shez inputs side special with a smash input, his swords will become coated in the dark magic energy, boosting the effects of Reckless Rush into Dark Rush. You do need to consume one sword icon from the class gauge in order to use Dark Rush. Oh, was that my discard? Hold on one second. That should be turned off. Ah, no, go away. I'm just gonna kill Discord. 1 second. Sorry. That notification was not you, I just forgot to turn mine off. Okay, where was I? Dark Rush makes Shez travel decently further and can travel through enemy shields. Okay. In addition, each hit will now properly combo into itself until Shez finishes the attack with a powerful stab, launching opponents away. The only downside is that it has slightly more end lag than Reckless Rush. The reason why I give 2 different versions of side special with the same base idea was to once again create a mirror to Byleth. The Ashen Demon also has a smash input version of side special, but where Byleth uses the longer reaching spear to maintain distance between their opponent, Shez opts to rush in, denying the this is the good stuff right here. I love that sort of thought process of being like, okay, here's these 2 characters, how can we kind of mirror them in various ways? It's just great design theming. Love it. Okay, up special. Shadow Flash. If it's tapped, it becomes Shadow Flash. Teleport recovery similar in visual design to Mewtwo. One of the quicker teleports, but it has the shortest range. For balancing purposes, it has decently high end lag if Shez teleports directly to the ground to avoid Shez players using this as a get out of jail free card, when acting out of shield. And more importantly, doesn't give Shez a viable substitute for a wave dash. Like with all teleport recoveries, Shez gets put into special fall if he teleports to the air. But if held, this becomes warp. Shez will have a small charge-up period before teleporting. To do this, Shez needs 1 class gauge icon, which will be consumed upon use of warp. Goes much further than Shadow Flash, and has much less landing lag. But there's more to this ability than just a recovery utility. In the charge-up state, the area around Shez will be tainted with purple energy, as the energy causes the background visuals to be warped and distorted. If an opponent is caught in this, they will be hit-grabbed and will also be tainted with the same warping visual effects. And when Shez teleports, the opponent will teleport with Shez, and after they arrive at their new destination, the opponent will be launched away with little knockback. If Shez manages to catch someone with warp, he will not be put into special fall when he teleports. And coupled with the opponent being launched away with little knockback, this means that Shez can actually use warp as a combo starter or combo extender. That sounds so cool! If Shez does manage to catch an opponent with warp in the air, he is allowed to use either of his up specials again, similar to Captain Falcon's Falcon Dive. Oh, that sounds so cool! Just chaining one of these warps into an attack, then catching them with another warp, and then like using that as a ladder tool to combo them off the top of the stage. God, why are you making me want another Fire Emblem Sword Fighter in this game? It's not right. It's not fair. I just want someone holding an axe. Don't make me put it... don't make me want another Sword Fighter. But seriously though, that is so cool. Down special, Shadow Step. I'll be adapting Shez's exclusive mechanic and the mirror of Byleth's Divine Pulse, Shadow Step. Shadow Step in three hopes allows Shez to teleport to any ally stronghold, regardless of where he currently is on the battlefield. I'll be taking that framework and slightly reshaping to better fit with Smash. Upon the player pressing down special, Shez will summon a dark purple rift that will remain stationary. After the rift is summoned, Shez is free to act however he pleases. Upon inputting down special a second time, Shez will say it might be time for this as dark energy forms around him. The dark energy will collapse in on itself, taking Shez with it. Shez will then be seen exiting out of the placed rift. With this, Shez can essentially teleport to any location that he chooses from anywhere at any time. Now obviously, this is a broken special move. However, there are some notable drawbacks. The placement of the rift takes a decent bit of time to perform. So Shez needs to create some breathing room in order to summon the rift without getting hit. The rift itself can be destroyed, either through taking 30 damage or a part of a moving stage colliding with it. More importantly, Shez requires both class gauge icons in order to teleport to the rift. If Shez wants the ability of an instant repositioning tool or a saving grace, he's going to need to hold back from using any of his strong finishers or the other special moves that pull from the class gauge. That is awesome! I was kind of thinking reading this of just how cool it would be to catch people with the warp into this, but you can't do that with the needing the class gauge icons. Still cool though. Miscellaneous. Side-taunt looks determined at his opponent, slicing his swords outward as a dark aura surrounds him. With Shez saying, "I'll show you what a mercenary can do." Up-taunt despawns his manifested sword, placing his fingers to the side of his head, closes his eyes, and talks to Arvel telepathically, saying, "Sounds like a plan, Arvel," or "Yeah, let's try that." Down-taunt will flashily swing his swords around before taking his steel sword and pointing it outward, a cocky smirk on his face while saying one of the lines which are picked at random from "Not a problem" or "I've got this." And then the final smash. A one-for-one translation of Shez's special attack in 3 hopes. When activated, Shez will reel back saying, "Here it comes," then will unleash a series of swift slashes before jumping high into the air, yelling, "You're done," as he sends out a devastating double-bladed beam that has enough force to rupture the ground. Showcased right here. Shez will land and flashily swing his swords around. After that, Shez is free to act, ending the final smash. If Shez gets a KO with the special attack, he will say this voice line, "I won't let myself stop here," at the end of the animation. Very sick. Extra details, teleports onto the stage using his dark magic, and will summon his sword. For his idols, he will just kind of fix his hair a bit, roll both of his shoulders with an impatient look on his face. Boxing ring title is the Defier of Fate. Sick title. If Shez is ever in need of a free hand for picking up items, he will despawn his manifested sword instead of having to sheath one of his blades. Interestingly, this makes Shez the only sword fighter in Smash that holds items in his dominant hand. Interesting. His voice attacks are sort of a mix between Smash Roy's grunts and yells mixed with the confident, cocky warrior's dialogue. We'll say things like, "Out of the way, I got you now, take this, you're done, hope you're ready." Took this extra mile to ensure that Shez's voice actors, Damien Haas and Don M. Bennett, have more room to work with to make sure that Shez's personality gets into their attacks. And it has a secret victory screen with Byleth. To show that their rivalry isn't a one-way street, Byleth will have a different victory theme and different dialogue if they beat Shez. Byleth has their own boss theme in 3 Hopes, and their little secret victory screen uses the more victorious variation of their boss theme. Their quote changes too, now saying, "This was always meant to be." This is referencing that 3 Hopes isn't the main timeline, and in the proper 3 Houses timeline, Shez is slain by Byleth. Sick. I love small things like this. Alright, victory theme is the Abyss Inferno theme. Victory screen 1 with some flashy sword moves while Arvel hovers and moves around the camera to behind Shez before both stop to pose in front of the camera, with Shez proclaiming, "Your resolve was nothing compared to mine." And Arvel being impressed at Shez's victory, saying, "It's incredible just how strong you've become." Also has alternate dialogue if he beats Byleth. We'll say, "No more rematches, Ashen Demon," and Arvel will say, "That is, and that is destiny fulfilled." Vector Screen 2 will slash horizontally and turn his back towards the camera, his face turned to the left as the camera zooms in to have Shez having a very confident look, paired with him saying, "I'll win the next one, too." And then for the third, we'll despawn his manifested sword and stab his steel sword into the ground. Male Shez will say, "All in a day's work," while casually crossing his arms, the cocky green. Female Shez will put a hand on her hip and also say, "All in a day's work." Costumes! Since this is technically a Smash 6 concept, I'm gonna play pretend and claim that in Smash 6, characters will have more alternate costumes, which it should. Like, honestly. Like, is there not a bigger blunder, like, marketing-wise for Nintendo, not to just sell more costumes for Smash Brothers? Just the sheer absurd amount of money they could make just by giving characters different outfits in this game. Like, I genuinely don't understand it. Anyway, alternate costumes based on the various lords you can see right here. Felix, Ferdinand, Lawrence, Balthus, Geralt, Milbyleth, and with one based off of Arvel. Female Shez, same basic concept, but with references to Ingrid, Petra, Leonie, and Happy. Rounded off are alts based off of Shamir, Female Byleth, and again, Arvel. Outroduction! This might be my bias given that Shez has become my favorite Fire Emblem character, but I do believe that Shez is the best designed Fire Emblem avatar. They do so much right, not just for being a well-written and likable character in their own right, but still managing to be a perfect mirror and rival to Byleth. I believe I have successfully made Shez a Smash moveset that reaches the height of design to match the quality of Shez's character. A Smash design that embodies the flashy warrior's gameplay and the micromanaging of a unit in 3 hopes. Utilizes their unique fighting style and abilities in fun and interesting ways, and gives their voice actors room to properly convey Shez's personality. This moveset took many edits before I felt satisfied with it. There's so many mechanics in 3 hopes that could have worked in Shez's moveset, and I gave an honest thought for all of them. I even gave Shez a comeback mechanic, but decided to cut it because it was cluttering the moveset. But instead of deleting from existence, I opted to put it in a separate doc for anyone who's curious or, oh, that's fun! Just a bit of a rough draft of the concept. That's awesome! I love that! This has been really fun doing a 2-part special on ways to fix 3 houses representation in Smash. Which was your favorite? What would you change about either of the concepts? I'm always open to hear other opinions. I hope Duke and my fellow peasants have a wonderful day. Until next time, this is Akonu, signing off and wishing you all a joyous and prosperous 2024. That would be the reaction. But you know what? I think this would be, at the very least, received better than Byleth was. Simply because there's an actual character there to get invested in. And also just because dual wielding is always so cool. Yeah, there's so many things here that sound so fun to use. We got Darkspark's Tau. That sounds amazing. The insanity of the held up special with the warping. You know, like combining this with the like the down air, just constantly be teleporting around your opponents. They are never quite sure from what angle you'll be attacking from. I do have one small piece of feedback, though, and I don't know how well this would fit with, like, how 3 Hopes works. But there is, due to how this mechanic works, there's a lot of moments in this game, with this moveset, where you would input a command, but not having the resource for it, you just wouldn't do anything. Like how, if Villager tries to, wait, no. Like, down special 2 off... Is that how that works? Hang on. No, I think I'm thinking of the wrong ability. But, like, you know there's certain abilities where the character will just kind of shrug their shoulders and be like, oh, I can't do that. I wonder if it would be possible to, if you have no bits of the sword gauge, to still be able to use the abilities, but at the cost of, like, damaging yourself. I think it was the forward throw that played with self-damage a little bit. Yeah, suffers 8% damage from the flying debris. This is a kind of way to allow for that kind of more aggressive play, while not locking out the abilities altogether. Because it never feels good when you try to use an ability and your character doesn't do anything, you know? Irregardless, I think this was a fantastic concept. 10 out of 10, you actually sold me on Shez. Well done. Okay. Next up, we have a newcomer. Our only newcomer of this episode, bringing us just a very small document from Doodle Productions. Just a very small, well, first off, one page. Oh my goodness, my vocal cords are singing in celebration. Except not actually, because I just get to rest a little bit. My idea is pretty simple but fun. What if we take the characters of Super Smash Bros. And put them in a non-fighting game? What type of game? Well, I would be looking for a type that allows for a lot of character interaction. This is what I've been saying! Throughout so many peasants' perspectives, and just... I don't know if I'll be able to finish it in any point in the near future, but the sequel to my Smash roster reboot video, just like, I think this is the biggest thing that Smash Bros. Needs to focus on to really set itself apart from Ultimate. Because it's a game with so many beloved characters that just have no way whatsoever to interact with each other. And that just feels kind of ridiculous to me. Anyway, something that Smash's biggest crossover lacks, with the exception of Palutenia's Guidance and Snake's Calls. But even then, those are just one-sided conversations. Now, for what type of game this would be, I think if we're being reasonable, it would most likely have to be a point-and-click novel game, like the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. That seems a bit bland, so instead, I think what you should do, you should be able to walk around a 3D map, talking to characters and doing tasks or minigames. One really fun idea would be to have you go through lots of gaming styles from the tasks in the game. This could be a 2D platforming segment, a segment where you go through a dungeon in 3D, a segment where you use Pikmin to gather things. So it's kind of a Nintendo Land setup. Really though, the main selling point is the character interactions, so I think we should move on to the plot. Now we don't need anything too complicated, so here's a rough draft of what a plot could be. The Smash Fighters are organizing a surprise birthday party for Kirby. They're preparing all the food, decorations, and what have you. You play as King Dedede, because if Kirby isn't the main character of Smash Bros., and the one who gets to beat the best taunt in the game is. I also like Dedede. Going around and seeing what everyone's doing, and helping out by going through segments reminiscent of other Nintendo games. However, Marks does everything in his power to sabotage the party because he's Marks. And he's a jerk. You would keep going doing this until eventually the party is set up and Kirby has nearly arrived. But Marks, being the petty gremlin he is, pulls a wrench and steals the entire party and everyone in it. Dedede then hops on a warp star and pursues Marks, engaging in a final battle reminiscent of a... I'm kind of just mentally laughing. Because Smash Bros. Just cannot escape everything Kirby being front and center, the focal point of the game. That's hilarious. Clobbles Marks and gets everything and everyone back just as Kirby arrives. Everyone celebrates and finally gets to enjoy the party. Kirby gives Dedede a hug. And I think this story would suffice for a game and is quite entertaining, and due to the relatively simple gameplay, not counting the special segments, should allow us to get quite a lot of character interaction. Maybe even voice acting. If you're reading this, Duke, thank you very much. Keep making great videos, chum, and I hope you liked my idea. Very simple, short and sweet. Just really goes to... There's a reason that webcomics like Wooden Plank Studios, Awkward Zombie, Brawl in the Family, of course, are so successful. Just because having really simple, sweet ideas like, for example, throwing a birthday party for Kirby with all the Smash Fighters is just... It warms a corner of the heart that Smash Brothers just isn't doing right now. Or I should say is very rarely doing in like 3 or 4 of the intro cinematics that they've had for characters. And they could be doing so much more. Like, come on, that's definitely like, if we could only pick one thing for Smash Brothers to try to do better in the future, it would be to have things like this. Just let these little characters have these moments with each other. I also very much appreciate just sharing a single page idea. Not just because it's a nice break for me, but just because I think I worry a little bit that Peasant's perspective has grown to a point that people might feel intimidated to show their ideas, just because they see so much production value and pages of writing that are perfectly organized, and just being like, no, wait, I don't know if I could do that, but you don't have to do that. So the whole point of the series is to showcase creativity, and everyone starts somewhere. Like, if I went back to the original ideas I would share on forums, they would be like a paragraph at most, just being like, I want Rayman in Smash Brothers because Rayman is cool. And you don't need any more than that when you want to just share your ideas for what you want in games. It's how you grow. So thank you, Doodle Productions. Nice little heartwarming mental exploration. Okay, 1 hour in and we're already through 3 ideas. We'll see if this pace keeps up. Spoiler warning, it won't be. Alright, next up, we've got a very... oh wait, let me grab the link first. But nobody... I'm going to share the link after I've gone through the intro. So I did remember this time, but we're just gonna hold off for just a second. So we have a concept here. After I skip this ad from, I believe... wait, hold on. I forgot who submitted this. We had 2 R names that are very close to each other. By RetroBeetle. Okay. So, full screen this. We open on a bowling alley, reminiscent of those in Wii Sports and Nintendo Switch Sports. The cast of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is enjoying a fun weekend, eating some cheap food and playing a few rounds of the everyman's sport. Mario steps up to the lane, winds up, and rolls his bowling ball towards the pins. A strike! Mario pumps his fist in the air as the others cheer him on. Next up is Mewtwo, who focuses his mind before sending the ball forward telepathically. Another strike! Mewtwo nods before returning to the crowd. Like, I know, small tangent, but like, just having a minigame in a Smash game while the characters just play bowling with each other. That sounds so adorable! The camera watches from behind the crowd, then gently pans over to the ball rack. A hand passes over each ball, looking for a perfect fit. It finds one and picks it up. Lightning round. Yoshi rolls a green spotted ball. Rob charges the ball and launches it. Just doing it like a gyro might for Rob. Link bomb bowls a round remote bomb. And Kirby rolls himself down the lane. This is already like top 5 announcement trailers for Peasant's perspective. All manage perfect strikes, save for Link, who misses about half the pins, but detonates his bomb to knock over the others. Now it's Bowser time. The Koopa King charges for the lane and tosses his ball full force at the pins. To his dismay, he only manages to hit 8 out of the 10. He's landed the dreaded 7-10 split. He roars before rolling another ball at the pins, and misses completely. While Bowser throws a tantrum, a thin figure steps up to an adjacent lane, ball in hand. The ball comes up, ready. The figure flashes a smirk, the ball winds back and charges with energy, then soars towards the pins with incredible speed. Everyone watches in awe as the newcomer not only achieves a strike, but also rattles the alley enough to knock over every other pin in the other lanes, including Bowser's 2 extra pins. Bowser's jaw drops, he turns to face the one responsible, and is met with... Of course. Who else? Nestor plays with Power. For those who don't know it, the Nintendo Power mascot. Alright, I will share the link now. Introduction. Escaping from the depths of his obscurity to show his rivals who's the real Power player, Nestor from Nestor's Funky Bowling and the Nintendo Power magazine joins the battle. Nestor should feel like a very middle ground type character. He stands as tall as Mario, weighs about as much as Villager, runs as fast as Yoshi, and has an airspeed matching Kirby. The idea is that, much like many Nintendo games, particularly old school games, Nestor is easy to pick up and learn, but difficult to truly master. Much of his moveset is what some might call simple, but with proper application and the use of his gimmick, he gains some rather interesting properties that might throw even more experienced players off their rhythm.
Their AI?
Go away, ads. Sorry, it's the choice between having occasional ads interrupt things and having the stream bandwidth throttled. Since this will be the first time Nestor will have an official voice, I wanted to take a moment to name his voice actor. Ben Diskin. I have no idea who this is. Talented voice actor known for his roles as Joseph Joestar in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Number 1! Okay, now I know who this is. And Casper and Lorenz in Fire Emblem Three Houses. In particular, I'm imagining something similar to Casper for Nestor. Something rather youthful and energetic with just a hint of mischief. Oh, and don't worry, Nestor's not gonna look like those horrible April Fools. God! Oh! Look, oh my gosh, look at that bottom right one. That is not somebody who knows how to model eyelids. That is horrifying. See him being hand-drawn to look like a comic character and being 2D like Mr. Game & Watch. Playstyle! Nestor's primary means of attack comes in the form of his wide array of Nintendo accessories and controllers. He'll wield a Wiimote and Nunchuck as nunchucks, blast his opponents away with an NES Zapper, and even score a knockout with the infamous Power Glove. Perhaps unsurprisingly, most of Nestor's moves are single hits. He can reliably hit his opponent once, but any follow-up hits are going to have to be the result of the player's skill. He's easy to get a handle on, tricky to play super effectively. But that all changes when he breaks out his down special. Gimmick! Turbo buttons! By pressing down B, Nestor can press a turbo button and it is... This is so silly. While in turbo mode, most of Nestor's attacks will change from single-hit attacks into multi-hit attacks. Different abilities take on different properties when they happen multiple times in rapid succession. Attacks will deal more damage, but they'll also deal significantly less knockback. It's a great way to get your opponents closer to the KO threshold, but you'll need to swap back to your one-and-done attacks to get the job done. So almost a stance change. Well, actually, that's kind of literally a stance change character. I love it. Of course, there's a catch. To keep players from just swapping back and forth between modes, using his down special will lock Nestor into turbo mode for 10 seconds, after which he'll automatically return to his standard playstyle. If you want a neat comeback mechanic, maybe the cooldown could be dropped entirely when Nestor reaches a high enough damage percentage. This all may seem a touch restrictive, but I don't want Nestor to be just another Pyra Mithra, where he can just become better at launching when he needs to. I want him to have to strategize about when he needs to and can afford to utilize turbo mode. I like this. I like this a lot. It's a nice way of forcing players to use the full variety of a character's moveset. Specials. Neutral special is Funky Bowling. Rolls a bowling ball forward as a projectile. It's pretty heavy, so if used in midair, it will drop down and not travel much horizontally. If Nestor is in turbo mode, the ball will catch fire and hit multiple times, drawing in opponents that touch it. Side special is Link Cable. Nestor tosses the end of a Game Boy Link cable at his enemies, and if it hits, he transfers some of his damage taken to the enemy to heal himself. Ooh! Oh, that's fun! Some, like, Here's the Storm Mal'Ganis Dark Conversion bullshit. I love it! With diminishing returns if he uses it repeatedly. In turbo mode, the cable won't latch onto enemies, but the end will spin around and shock whomever gets too close. Up special, Glass is Free. Nestor gets closed up inside a Nintendo 3DS, and when it hits, he jumps out of the screen in glorious Glass is Free 3D. In turbo mode, Nestor spins around for extra hits, but he also gets hit by an AR cannonball at the end of his ascent, making him drop quickly and killing his horizontal momentum. Just a random thought and tangent, but having something like this on a character like Lucario would be another really amazing way of making something like Aura work. Like having the self-damage kind of deal, but being able to transition that damage into somebody else. Like, that could be sick. Down special is Expansion Pack. Pulls out a Nintendo 64 expansion pack and takes a second to jam it into whatever item he's holding, granting it bonus damage and knockback for its next hit. If he's not currently holding an item, he grabs a Nintendo 64 baseball bat that breaks after one hit. In turbo mode, he instead pulls out an N64 rumble pack and rumbles in place, dealing multiple small hits and massive shield damage. I just love the idea of just awkwardly sticking this expansion pack into every... Like, what happens to a Mr. Saturn if you just jam an expansion pack into its forehead? Is he okay? Is he safe? What are you doing to that Mr. Saturn, Nestor? Final Smash! Playing with power. Nestor grabs nearby opponents with a Wii remote pointer, then flings them up into space for a cutscene. Diskin? We get a Diskin cameo, what? And fires stars at the enemy, finishing them off with a simultaneous uppercut that sends them to the moon. Then the camera zooms out to show Nestor sitting in his home, pumping his fist in victory before the fight continues. So this is Nestor playing as Nestor in Smash. Well, we got like some kind of Super Inception Duck Hunt NES Zapper thing going on here, but it's just Nestor all the way down. That's amazing. I love that. Stage/music. Nestor's home stage is the Nintendo Classics Hub. At first, it looks a little more than a fancy Final Destination, but after some time... The Nintendo Entertainment System in the center will activate and turn the surrounding area into one of several different Nintendo games. We got, I think that's Super Metroid, that's definitely Kirby 64 in the center, and, oh, that's Link 2. Nice! The platform layout will change alongside the background, and some themes will have little stage hazards that fighters will have to look out for. I won't get specific about which themes will be included, since I think it's more fun to let you guys discuss what you would like to see in a stage like this. As an added bonus, if you hold down ZL or ZR when choosing the stage, the space-like NES commercial theme will be replaced with a red and black theme as a nod to the Virtual Boy. One might say it's a nested nester. It's terrible. I love it. As for music, there'll be a melody of Nintendo themes that match the Nintendo Classics Hub stage, alongside a collection of songs from long-forgotten Nintendo properties. In other words, since there's not any real Nintendo Power music, any new songs added with Nestor just count toward the miscellaneous category. Check out the playlist I linked in the submission doc for some examples. Costumes! Nestor's standard outfit will feature his standard blue t-shirt and jeans, and palette swaps 2 through 8 will feature different t-shirt designs and colors. It'll be pretty similar to Nest in that regard. However, Nestor will also join the ranks of Brawl Wario and SSB4 Little Mac as a fighter with more palette swaps than usual. He'll have a set of costumes based on various Nintendo properties. Obligatory course. For all Fire Emblem Heroes players, don't forget that Corrin is the reason you're having to deal with all those stupid Divine Vein effects now. You gotta love it. Go away, ad, please and thank you. I want to listen to the Double Dragon music. Thank you. And now presenting the 3 candidates for my next Peasant's Perspective concept. Back from the darkness, a familiar foe rises up with a friend. Equip your secret gear and get ready for some party crashing in Smash Bros. Ultimate Enemy of My Enemy. Monsters approach and the scales are tipped against you, but your turn isn't over yet. Pick a card and break as the bell tolls in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Luck of the Draw. And here's an appealing fighter who can bowl over his foes and look cool doing it. Grab your shears because it's thread cutting time in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Secret Technique. Vote for your favorite using the numbers above. Whichever one gets the most votes will be my next. You know what? Sure, I'll humor you. One second. Start poll. Ask question. Which one? 1, 2, 3. I will run this for a minute. I think that middle one is Inscription. I'm not quite sure. That looks like an ice cream cone, and that's just an explosion. No idea. Do you want ice cream, squirrel, or explosion? I mean, that's a silly question. I guess to give feedback now, this was a really fun concept. Like, first off, 10 out of 10 intro trailer. Like, my god. It was really simple, but the amount of charm in that, and personality and character was just... Kirby rolling himself down the bowling alley. That's the kind of thing that just gets reaction videos just dying of laughter. Across YouTube. Loved that. Loved that so much. But when it is a choice, stop trying to make the options equal. That is not helpful for polls.
We use Slack as our central.
Let's see. What else can I give? Really loved the clever utilization of all sorts of different Nintendo hardware. That was really neat to see. Like, just jamming an expansion pack into just whatever you're holding at the moment sounds both hilarious and slightly concerning depending on what it is you're holding. Alright, yeah. Looks like 3 is the winner. So you can use that information should you wish. Thanks for reading. Yeah, there was a lot in here. Excellent. Love the stage idea. Having a stage that kind of just shifts through various different Nintendo properties. Getting some, like, nice multi-leveled crossover between Smash Brothers. It's weird to think about at times, but for how big of a crossover Smash Brothers is, there's not much about it that actually crosses over. Like, there's the fighters, of course, that fight with each other. But these actual worlds don't really mess with each other that much. It'd be interesting to see, like, a little more interaction in that way. So I like this. Get ready for a healthy dose of... Oh! Is that who it is? Oh, I'm so excited now. Final Smash is adorable. Love the Diskin reference. Also, the nested nester. Presentation as well. I wasn't saying that at all during this, but this... How this is communicated visually is just immaculate. Like, it is effortless to mentally picture how Nestor would work in the game, because you can just see how it would work. That's really well done. Genuinely impressive. Love this. Love the link cable shenanigans, transferring your damage onto somebody else. That's always fun. And I like the turbo mode gimmick of having to commit to it. Nice way to set it apart and honestly make it better than other similar, like, stance-changing thingamabobs that we've got in Smash. But yeah, this was very, very fun. Genuinely enjoyed that. Thank you, RetroBeetle. Alright. Next up... You know what, let's do both of the R names in a row. Jump over to where is music for this one. Alright, copying the link. Moving up from RetroBeetle to Radfarious. We have Sonic on the Run. A concept for the next 3D Smash game, 3D Sonic game by Radfarious, aka the Ruthless All-Knowing Dingus. Uh-oh, Sonic's getting boring. I am a Sonic fan, always have been, but I can't say I'm happy with how Sonic's franchise is currently due to one thing: blandness. 2020 Sonic is boring. The gameplay is fine, but the stories, characters, and world feel either lifeless or bland. So today, I want to pitch my idea for the next 3D Sonic game and how I'd make sure it isn't boring. Let's get into the story, which does involve characters from the comics, so sorry if the story is confusing. Past villains! The story of this game is that past villains have been showing up and causing destruction to places all over the world. When Sonic goes to interfere with one of the villains' attacks alone, it's revealed that these villains haven't actually returned to their villainous ways. They're actually all Metal Sonic in disguise, sporting his Neo form. Sonic attempts to stop him, but Metal gets the upper hand on him and knocks Sonic out. After this, Metal retreats to places unknown. When Sonic regains consciousness, he meets up with Shadow, who also ran into Metal. Sonic informs Shadow about the truth behind the past villains coming back. However, it seems both of them weren't able to get this information back to Restoration or Gun in time, for there is an announcement that is broadcasted across the world. Hedgehogs wanted, dead or alive. A video is broadcast around the world reporting on Sonic and Shadow destroying cities around the world, which we and our two hedgehogs know is actually Metal Sonic. However, the billions of people around the world don't know this. Sonic and Shadow stand atop the building in Westopolis, Shadow the Hedgehog 2005, watching as they are framed for things they didn't do. And Gun takes immediate action as several Gun robots, helicopters, and trucks are sent out to capture the hedgehogs, beginning the first level. This level would have you play two sections, one with Sonic and the other with Shadow. And everyone's after you. Sonic and Shadow escape Westopolis and make it to the Restoration. But before they could even inform everyone about Metal Sonic, they are immediately surrounded by people with weapons. Shadow tells everyone about Metal Sonic, only for them to be greeted with the fact that the Restoration already has Metal Sonic captured. Of course, this causes Sonic and Shadow to be captured for interrogation. We got a sheep here, which is apparently the leader of the Restoration. Their name is Lanolin. Sonic and Shadow are in a shared cell alongside 5 others: Mechasonic, Zavok, Chaos, Infinite, and Metal Sonic. All of them have unbreakable cuffs on, except for Chaos, who is in a little fish tank. That's a really fun mental image. Some colorful words are shared between everyone, except for Chaos because he can't talk, and Metal, who's been standing in the corner this entire time. Sonic eventually points this out, and everyone focuses on Metal. Metal quickly flops on the ground, melting into metal-textured goo. It was a fake! The real Metal screwed them all over! This enrages everyone, especially Chaos, who manages to break out the tank he was trapped in. He busts down the door to the cell with a mini tornado of water, which also manages to disable the cuffs on everyone. The rest of the group runs off to escape the restoration, while Chaos stays behind to get some revenge for being put inside a stupid little fish tank, this being your second level of the game. That's right, you get to play as Chaos. Okay, can I just say, right here already, I am so sold on this concept. Like, I would buy this Sonic game in a heartbeat. This sounds so funny. If you're wondering how Chaos would play, it would be more like an action game, rather than the boost formula. Think like how, highlights the blank space for Spider-Man 2. Oh! Okay. Can I give another example of that without spoiling Spider? Kinda Werehog, if Werehog was more fun. I'm sure there's a better example than that. If anyone's played the old Incredible Hulk, now that doesn't quite work. It would be fun, is what this is communicating. You get to play as him, but with water instead of black goo. Of course, there'll be more moves for Chaos, but for now, it's a basic punch and spin for Chaos. The level will have you running through the Restoration HQ and destroying everything in your path. The level will end with a boss fight against Omega. You would hear Rouge ordering to get to HQ as soon as possible throughout the level. The boss would end with Chaos absolutely tearing Omega to shreds, which is okay because he's a robot and all the blood can be replaced with oil. Chaos flees the scene as Restoration HQ lies in ruins. Damn! Killing Omega in the second level. Second. Respectfully, the whole point of avoiding spoilers in something is so it doesn't get spoiled in the comments. Please and thank you. So I've revealed the big gimmick of the game. You get to play as past villains. I've always wanted more games where you get to play as the villains alongside the heroes. Bowser's Inside Story is my favorite Mario & Luigi game, after all. Frankly, it's the best one. And with how many villains Sonic has, and more importantly, how much more these villains can be developed, I think it's about time to get a game like that. So I'll go through each playable character slide by slide, and you give me feedback on if you like the way a character is or not. Sonic and Shadow, I put these two in one slide because both of them have the same gameplay. It's the standard boost formula from Generations, both a drop dash and spin dash from Frontiers, and that bounce bracelet thing from Sonic Adventure 2. The boost would be less controllable in this game, making the spin dash and drop dash more useful as they are slower, but easier to control. The boost should only be used when really needed. Chaos, we've already had described. So let's explain why he's here. Chaos was summoned by Metal Sonic, who beat the shit out of him to get his biodata once again. Chaos is a peaceful creature, but he shouldn't be provoked or else you're in for a hell of a time. Zavok is back, and this time is an actual character. After his defeat in the IDW comics, Zavok retired his evil ways and became a lone farmer on the Lost Hex, occasionally visiting the other members of the Deadly Six. Metal Sonic then showed up and destroyed everything Zavok had built for himself, also beating up the Zeddy in the process and taking his biodata. Zavok genuinely means no harm to anyone anymore, he just wants to farm crops, damn it. Zavok would play like the Bowser segment in Super Mario Odyssey, facing more larger enemies than the others. Infinite has been locked up ever since the events of Sonic Forces. He's made a few escapes, even grabbing his old sword from back before he became the Infinite, but all these escapes were not that big of a deal as Restoration soldiers have managed to put him back behind bars each time. He still has some power left from Phantom Ruby, but not enough to escape. Metal stole Infinite's biodata from Eggman, never actually fighting the Jackal in person. I want to play up Infinite being an edgelord alongside some pittiness. Think like a mix of the Spot Pre-Collider and Death from The Last Wish. Just not as threatening. Infinite would play like Link in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but with added powers from the Phantom Ruby. Okay. I'd imagine Infinite would get to do finishers as enemies at low health, and I imagine them being brutal as all hell. Mecha Sonic. If you want to know how things have been going with him, read the Scrapnik Island miniseries of comics from IDW. But him and Sonic have left on good terms. Metal stole the blueprints of Mecha Sonic from Eggman to recreate Mecha's appearance. Mecha simply wants to go back to Scrapnik Island. Mecha's gameplay will be similar to a Rayman game. Okay, but which one? that doesn't really narrow down anything. With his crab claw substituting for the hands. Mecha's level would be more puzzle-based rather than combat-focused, though he would have to fight in some instances. I'm going to mentally assume this is Rayman 3 it's referencing, because that one is my favorite. Enemies! Now that we've got through the playable characters, let's get to the enemies you encounter. I'll go slide by slide in this format to show each group of enemies in this format specifically. Allegiance, small enemy, medium enemy, large enemy, semi-boss, semi-boss number 2, mini-boss. So with this kind of setup for each slide. Small enemies take 1 to 2 hits, medium take 3, large take 5, semi-bosses take 8, and enemies and mini-bosses obviously have health bars. Restoration, we have short soldiers, regular soldiers, brute soldiers, restoration mechs, restoration tanks, and other characters. Gosh, just the idea of like a Chaos v Vector boss fight, that's really selling me on this one. Really selling me. In Empire, we got classic badniks, egg pawns, egg fighters, egg emperor small versions, mini egg walkers, and metal knuckles. For gun, we got drones, gun soldiers, gun robots, gun mechs, flying dogs, and just a truck as the mini-boss, because of course. For Metalist Legion, we have Tails dolls, fake silvers, fake gammas, fake Zavox, fake chaoses, and amalgamate. Oh, that's fun. Just weird Frankenstein monsters of just all the different sides. This is so fun! Levels and zones. Usually in these concepts, here are some level concepts, and the chat can come up with the rest. But this time I have all the level concepts. We'll divide the concepts by zone, and when you play in that level, who you play as in that level. So here we go. Blue is Sonic, maroon is Shadow, purple is both Sonic and Shadow, light blue is Chaos, light red is Zavok, dark pink is Infinite, orange is Mecha Sonic, and green is everyone. Color matches who the character is. Wistopolis. See escape. Oh! Hang on. I was going to quickly scroll through. So it looks like we're moving back and forth between places. Like, so level 1, level 13. So you come back to Wistopolis like halfway through the story and right at the end. We get shut off weapon systems, catch a train, fight Rouge. Get people to stop chasing us around. This is a bit hard to narrate due to the setup of this. Can't really do this in order. We're going to Wistopolis, we're going to Scrapnik, we're going to Aquamania. Got Sunset Heights. Yeah, here, I'm just going to linger on each of these so people can read them, should they so choose. It's just too hard to read through this in a way that's makes narrative sense. Got Metropolis. We got Egg Courier M. For that is Mortal Kombat 10. Oh, that's fun. Get a boss fight against both Eggman and Sage. That's adorable. I love that. Get Angel Island, because of course. Knuckle boss fight as well. As Sonic? Ooh! Just like the ultimate betrayal, like how could you kill all those people? Because of the framing. This is such a fun concept. And then ending off the Stardust Sanctuary for the final levels as everyone comes together to defeat Neo Metal Sonic. Each one of these zones have hub worlds that you can explore and find secrets in. Think Sonic Unleashed. There will be a level list, you can just go there if you want to replay a certain level. Here are your bosses. Some don't have images. You got Omega, Knuckles, Mecha Sonic Mark III, Rouge, Neo, Metal Sonic, Last Amalgamation, Lanolin, and other Diamond Cutters, and the Big Arm Mark II. Chao Garden! How the fuck have they not brought back Chao Garden? It's not that hard to design. It's a very... well, video games are hard to make, but like, from a rudimentary how the game works, there's not that many moving parts to it. It's just a program Tamagotchi, come on. You customize your Chao when it hatches and then level it up by doing many things. Chao racing, Chao karate, Chao eating competitions, Chao Olympics. Or you can just take your Chao with you to get to the actual levels of the game, and depending on what rank you get, your Chao will gain little or a lot of XP. You can customize your garden as well, and through online play, other players can come visit your garden. Like, the fact there's not even like a mobile game version of this, Sega is just leaving money on the table. Your Chao stats will be affected by whoever you're playing as. Sonic will make it faster, Shadow will give it power, Mecha Sonic will make it smarter, Zavok more defensive, Chaos would enhance all stats, and Infinite would make it more edgy. Multiplayer. It would be a race for the Sonic Shadow Mecha and Infinite gameplay, and a battle for the Zavok on Chaos gameplay. Additionally, other characters would be available in multiplayer. Fun! I see 4 character arcs in this game. One for Sonic, one for Infinite, one for Lanolin, and one for Metal Sonic. Sonic's arc would be him needing to accept that his philosophy can't be forced onto everyone, but that doesn't mean he should stop believing it. He is his own person, and the world can't tell him what he is or isn't. He writes his own story. Sonic will be more sad in this game, as he feels the whole world is turned on him for something he hasn't even done. Though the more he cleans his name, the more the old Sonic starts to come back. Infinite's arc would be him forgetting his past actions and becoming a better person in the present. At first, he'll be an edgelord, but throughout the game, he'll open up about how he hates who he was during Forces and truly wants to help right the wrongs he made. His final battle with Lanolin would be the conclusion to his arc, as she is the main person who is fueling his belief that he should never change. He ends the battle by saying that Lanolin doesn't matter to him and goes off to assist the others in the final battle. This game would end by showing him becoming a vigilante for Sunset Heights and protecting innocents from threats. Lanolin's arc would be her needing to stop trying to find a source for every problem. Lanolin is tired, she's dealt with so many things, just wants them all to be gone. She tries to blame everything wrong or has gone wrong in the past on Sonic, saying that his refusal to just kill Eggman or any of the other villains is why everyone suffers now, yelling it in his face during the Metropolis Skytrain chase. Her arc would end after her final battle with Infinite, with her getting demoted as leader of the Restoration and fully removed from the group entirely, sending her on her way to just live her life without any problems. And Metal Sonic's arc. Metal's arc will be centered around his worth and how he feels worthless on the inside. He has been beaten by everyone over and over again. Realized he can never be the real Sonic and has been easily controlled by other people. He sees himself as a tool for others. He thinks that Eggman has fully replaced him with Sage, and he thinks that no matter what he'll do, he'll always just be Robot Sonic. His arc ends during the final battle with Super Sonic in his Neo Overlord form, where everything just comes out. He wails on Sonic with rage, jealousy, sadness, and hatred as he shouts out how he thinks of himself. A tool, a piece of scrap metal to be thrown away, nothing special. Sonic can even think of something to say. Metal's just on his knees at this point, his fists broken from punching, he's damaged physically and mentally, and Sonic just walks over and hugs Metal. The robot doesn't stop him. He reverts back to his normal Neo form and just flies off into space, small black tears leaving his eyes. We don't see him after this, not a scene of him near the end or after the credits. He's just gone. Sorry, going from just going from like super heavy, like emotional stuff with Metal to reading "The IRS has doxed me, please fucking help." Tonal whiplash is what we might call that. God damn. Okay. It's an open world Warrior Land game. Think of it like Tears of the Kingdom's depth area plus GTA plus Uncharted plus Warrior World gameplay plus Warrior Land concepts. I will admit, GTA Wario does sound really, really funny. For the next teaser? Yeah, sure, I'll click that. Oh god. No, we're going back to the slideshow. There's so much more going on in terms of the story, but that would take forever, and I might just make this concept into a full video one day, but not today. So yeah, that was my new 3D Sonic game concept. Hope all of you fellow peasants have a wonderful new year, and good luck in college. Thank you. I need it. This is just Donkey Kong's coconut cream pies, right? Right? Yep. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. 1 second. We were bamboozled. We were fooled. It's actually Road to Success. Swapping things up today. God, this was fun. Like, I don't think I'm exaggerating it. This might be the most I have cared about, like the concept of a Sonic story ever, I think. Granted that I don't have that big of a connection with Sonic in the first place. Like, I think the only thing that would compete is, I guess, Heroes. And that's only because I played it when I was like 8. Never really got into the Sonic's narrative that much, but I really love a lot of the ideas this is setting forward. Getting a chance to like have that sort of hero plus villain working together dynamic, that's always fun wherever it shows up. Just seeing these some villains start to be reformed and become better people, while others are just kind of just moving along as they've been going. Love the exploration of trying to hit hard with Metal Sonic's story of just dealing with just really terrible self-worth. I really like it when these sorts of not kids games, but these sorts of franchises that are marketed to any audience try to tackle really heavy psychological stuff like that. I think it's like genuinely important in modern society, because that allows kids to be introduced to those feelings in a safer environment where they can actually learn about them. I always hate it when people try to shift away criticism as being like, oh no, it's just for kids. That doesn't matter. We don't have to think that hard about this. You should think more hard. You should think harder about stuff that's made for kids, because that's how they learn. I don't know. I'm rambling. The point is that this is phenomenal. I loved this concept. So many different little fun... Why are you not going... There we go. Just the idea of, like, this second level. If you just played this second level as a trailer for this game, I would buy it in a heartbeat. This sounds so fun. Well done. Well done indeed, Radfarious. Okay. 3 to go. Just grabbing some water. Next up, We are really cruising today. We have another very, very small one-page idea from Joshua N.A. I really appreciate how nice people have been, just being like, okay, we see Everest in the distance. We're gonna make sure we don't force Duke to climb over too many things before he gets there. Just a rapid-fire shotgun blast of various ideas for various fun games that could exist. Number 1, a Metroidvania with Knight, as in Shovel Knight, having to use ingenuity with sheer willpower force powers to overcome and save a wacky, bizarre dream world, combining Shovel Knight and Knights. Learns new moves via sections found that trigger memories of past allies in the living world where he was banished from. Using new aura, sonic powers via those memories, giving ideas on how to wield such. Defeat other Link, lead the dream world leaking into the real world to allow for various sequels. Number 2, FPS where you instead fight with traps and bombs and special abilities, combining Bomberman with Overwatch. It's just, this is just, okay, Overwatch, all Junkrat, go. Which is actually a very fun time. I do genuinely enjoy that. Number 3. Gather targets, enemies, livestock, objects, etc. can create and mix to create new army squads, combining Kirby with RTS. Ooh. It can also work for a Pokemon game, just working with various different types. But the idea of having like a Kirby 64 like combo system with an RTS, that sounds very fun. I think there was one, I can't remember the name of it, but there was an RTS game that dealt with like evolution splicing, making combinations of various creatures for that effect. So I'm kind of picturing something like that. Number 4, Drill Racing, an interconnected floating islands with radar, combining Minecraft with racing. Strategy racing with customizable vehicles and choosable racers to customize and handle various hazards from both other racers and the environment. Like the monsters of finding way outside the ground, or the various dangers like gas pockets, lava pockets, underground lakes, etc. That's interesting. Having a racing game where you are specifically broing, so you have less of a track and more so just trying to find the quickest way down to get to a single point. Oh, that's like sparked some ideas in my head. Because like imagine trying to purposely design levels around that. Like, okay, if you drill this way, you can fall through this crystal cavern to really pick up speed, but you gotta be careful because there's like little bursts of flame you have to avoid on the way down. Might be safer just to drill around those. There could be so many different like risk-reward design choices around what to try to drill around, what to maybe open up a hazard into another character's like tunnel. It's like drilling past a like a lava flow, and then how do I explain this? So you like imagine drilling past a lava flow so that the lava is flowing into your tunnel, but then crossing into another player's tunnel so it starts flowing down their chute instead. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with an idea like that. Number 5, a 3D platformer involving a character using dismembered body parts in different combinations to handle multiple areas at a distance via remote control. Cartoon physics to allow for more transformations for combined body parts. It's just Rayman on steroids, focusing... I'm picturing a crossover between Rayman and Octodad for that, and that sounds hilarious. Number 6, dating sim where you try to woo villainesses to turn them gay. But you have to discover their weaknesses first to gain them as allies. That's funny. Love that. Number 7, graphic novel game where reality distortions are occurring. Have to solve the mysteries while your decisions affect who and what gets changed without knowing they've been changed. Interesting. So kind of a puzzle solving, just going around an area and being like, you know what, that looks wrong. That shouldn't be there. That's not how that should be. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the dating sim trying to woo villainesses. Like, I'm imagining, like, having to just Gruntilda there, and you having to boost her self-image. And she doesn't have to be the most beautiful person. You don't have to be evil for that. You can be beautiful on the inside, Grunty. Like, theming it less as more of a dating sim and more just therapy, I would love something like that. Number 8, action game with a fallen angel fighting to save paradise from the brainwashing of the archangel that was left in charge since the creator vanished and has since lost his path. Honestly, just a fun concept in general. A bit of that Abrahamic mythology, like a Hades version, like a Hades skin of Abrahamic mythology. That'd be neat. Number 9, Spyro platformer type game that includes the exploration collection of the original trio of games, and story complexity and combat complexity of the Legends trio while using a Minotaur as the main character, dueling many different subtypes of Earth magic to save the Minotaur clans from something. I'm just picturing a Tauren 3D platformer Warcraft game with that, but styled kind of like. What's the name of that game? Well, it sounds like Spyro, honestly. That might actually be really cute. Number 10, same as the Minotaur one, even set in the same reality, using air subtypes of magics via a Pegasus instead. And I can't actually... Hold on. Can I zoom in and scroll down for this? And a racing game that combines with Katamari. Vehicles grow by picking... Oh, that's sick! Vehicles grow by picking up obstacles in their paths. Racers can either decide to stay small to keep maneuverability and easier access to various shortcuts, or go big to increase combat capabilities. That's fascinating! Oh, there's so much you could do with, like, designing courses around that! Like, if you really got really ambitious with that, to have, like, full-on coursework that works whether you're the size of a mouse or the size of a building. Trying to hunt down really small players that can definitely maneuver around you because they can just fit in places you can't get to, until eventually you're starting to pick up the stuff that they're hiding in. Like, oh my gosh, there's so much you could do with that. Honestly, combining Katamari with a lot of different genres could result in some really funny things. Like, imagine like a battle royale kind of setup for a Katamari game. Where you're just trying, like the basic IO games, like Snake or something like that. Just trying to roll each other up until there's only one person left standing with the biggest globe-sized ball. And even then, you wouldn't even need to have an arena shrink with something like that, because it's less the arena is shrinking and more just that the players keep getting bigger and bigger. Oh, that's so fun. Just instead of the ring shrinking, you have to survive to a point that somebody doesn't get big enough just to envelop the entire arena you're already in. Honestly, the arena would be getting bigger in that game. Case as well. I don't know. Love that. So fun. And yeah, that's literally it. Just a list of 11 fun ideas of just various game icons. Which, again, if you have, like, really fun ideas for various video games that you want to share on the series, but don't feel like you have enough to compete with the pages and pages of concepts that other people share, you don't have to do that. You can just fire off a list like this, and these are still really, really fun to think about. Like, my brain is still reeling from the drill racing thing. It would be a nice way to bring Jill Dozer back from the dead. It's like, gosh, you could do so many fun things with that. Love that! Love that so much! Also, I completely forgot to share the link, and I'm only remembering at the end of this, but I will do so irregardless. Thank you for sharing, Joshua! Short, sweet, and is going to save my vocal cords from becoming shredded as they normally are. Well done. Okay. 2 more. We've got a Smash moveset, and then the big one. Gonna have a bit of a tonal shift with the music, as we have from Dylan Watts. What if the Courier from Fallout New Vegas was in Super Smash Bros.? Welcome to the Mojave Wasteland, a post-apocalyptic land in the greater Fallout universe, with many locations to explore, enemies to fight, and factions to take part of. The avatar that lets you explore the world is the Courier. They are completely customizable and can have many different perks and traits depending upon the player's choices. After being literally shot in the head and left for dead, they wake up in Doc Mitchell's house and started their journey through the Mojave Wasteland to find the person who shot them. This led the Courier to be roped into a wasteland-wide feud over control of the New Vegas and the Mojave in general, and soon the legendary Wanderer of the Wasteland will become the sole factor in which side succeeds in this feud. Now let's see our Wasteland Cowboy could play in Super Smash Bros. All-rounder hybrid. Courier is a versatile character with strengths and weaknesses can be manipulated through the match, from a strong powerhouse to a fast rushdowner to even a mid-range zoner. Courier's character mechanic allows the player to customize their avatar to their liking. However, Courier's customization does not come free, with players needing to work for it. Plus, Courier has a very predictable and average recovery. In terms of stats, Courier is a heavyweight character... is a heavyweight around characters like Mario, Pyra, and Corrin. Not quite a heavyweight, those three. Run speeds like heroes, jump out of Mario, 2 jumps, and can crawl. I will also remember to share it. This one... God damn it, it was the moment I remember... Beat me by a single second. I almost did it. I almost... Okay. Character mechanics. The Courier have 2 character mechanics, one of which allows them to become one of the most intricate fighters on the roster. But before we can talk about that, we must quickly talk about a secondary character mechanic. In New Vegas and all the Fallout games, VOTS is a mode where you can target different parts of the body for a chance to deal more damage. It also gives melee damage a big damage boost. For Smash, it works similar to Palutena's Neutral B, but there are some differences. One is that VOTS cost a resource called action points, which regenerate over time. The second, well, we will cover that when we get to the down special. Well, where'd it go? Oh yeah, the image was removed. There it is. Now that that's out of the way, we talk about the Courier's main mechanic that will make them unique. By using Up Taunt, the Courier will open up their Pit-Boy, which opens up a menu which basically acts as a shop. In the Pit-Boy, the Courier can choose from a large pool of traits to use. However, I compare the Pit-Boy to a shop for a reason, as those goodies don't come for free. As, in order to get them, you must grind for XP. XP is gained by dealing damage to opponents. From the Pit-Boy, you can buy traits. If you have a trait you don't want anymore, you can unequip it in the Pit-Boy. Traits are interesting because while some can change some moves, they are mainly stat changes. However, most are not only buffs, as most will come with downsides. You can take 3 traits tagged at a time. This is where things get interesting, so I want you all to take out your notes because I'm going to explain every single one, and you all are going to pay attention, class. Okay, Small Frame. This trait will increase the ground and air speed of the Courier, but comes at the cost of making the Courier lighter and doing less damage with ranged weapons. Ninja. This trait increases the Courier's melee frame data, but comes at the cost of your move at doing less knockback. Pairs well with Small Frame. Bloody Mess. This trait increases the damage to Courier's attacks, both melee and range, but comes at the cost of worse frame data. Life Giver increases the Courier's weight, putting him around Incineroar. but it comes at the cost of a slower ground speed. This is best used for tank builds. Pairs well with Bloody Mess for a tank fighter. Action Boy / Girl. This trait gives the Courier an increase in action points. This is best used for builds that rely on VOTs. Super Slam. This trait gives some of the Courier's attacks an increased chance to trip opponents. On top of that, this trait will also replace Down Throw with a snake-like down throw to set up a tech chase. Build to Destroy. Much like Bloody Mess, this trait increases damage, which does stack with Bloody Mess. However, this trait will give the Courier a Pichu-like mechanic where he damages himself. Skilled increases the number of XP you get from attacks, but now you lose a chunk of your XP on KO. Mainly used in the earlier game. Luck will give some of the Courier's attacks a chance to deal random critical hits. And Wild Wasteland is more of a joke perk. When used, strange things can happen. From a random low-level CPU spawning in-game, to low-power items spawning when they are turned off, to random hats appearing on fighters' heads. Love all of this. This is so unique. I could make for so many... It's kind of getting, like, the same joy of, of building up a character in a customizable game. Just getting that kind of roguelike sort of, okay, let's combine this one with this one, try that out for this run. Oh wait, that didn't work, let's try this one and this one. Can we get this third one in here to really nicely match between the two? That's really interesting. Okay, basic attacks. Courier has a 3-hit jab that starts with a punch with the left arm, then a swing with a machete with the right arm, then one final swing to launch them away. Dash attack will perform a shoulder tackle, sporting decent kill power by itself, though it is not safe on shield. If you have the small frame trait, it will become a sliding kick that launches opponents in a more upward angle, making it more of a combo starter. Side tilt will slash forward with the machete, mainly a poke option, but with the right traits can be used as a mid% kill option. It can also be angled up or down. Up tilt is similar to Link's, swiping up with the machete. Down tilt will perform a ranger takedown, having to perform a sweeping leg kick. This attack pops opponents upward, making it best use for combo builds. With the Super Slam perk, this has a very high chance to trip opponents. Side Smash will stab a spear forward, one of his stronger attacks. This move will also gain a backstab mechanic with the Super Slam trait, with the opponent being put in a crumple state. Interesting! Okay. Up Smash will perform a strong upward swing with the sledgehammer. It's mainly an out-of-shield option, but speccing into Bloody Mess can make it struggle in that. And then Down Smash, Courier will perform a 360 slash runtime with the Shish Kebab, a flaming sword. Air attacks. Courier will perform a stretch kick like Mario and Link. Decent landing move or get away from the option. Forward air is a machete swing, high to low. Back air stabs the machete behind him. Up air is an upward machete slash. And down air is a multiple downward leg stomp similar to Snake's and Pac-Man's. If he has Bloody Mess, it will turn into one downward stomp with both legs, which does spike. Grab and throw, just a simple grab with one arm, pummel with the other. Forward throw will hold the opponent with both arms and spin them around. This is used as a repositioning tool and can set up offstage kills, but is lacking in power. Back throw will slam the opponents behind him, then stab them with a machete. This can be a strong kill throw with the right perks. Up throw, Courier will perform an upward slash at the opponent's chin, launching them upward. Down throw, Courier will knock the opponent, then stab the machete into them, popping them upward. This throw can work great for a combo starter, but keep in mind that traits will increase your damage, can lower the percentage that this can work. And as said earlier, Courier will get a snake-like down throw if he has the Super Slam trait. Special attacks. Neutral special, Weapons of the Wasteland. There are 5 items for the Neutral B. They are the Revolver / Laser Pistol, Assault Carbine / Laser RCW, Riot Shotgun, Anti-Material Rifle / Gauss Rifle, Dynamite, and Power Fist. You can change between these weapons with Shield Special. Should be noted that Courier will have a cosmetic option to change guns into energy weapons, so if you see an item with X, Y, they are the same item. Just a different look that you can pick up from in the select screen. Your starting neutral B, pressing the button will have Courier fire the big iron or laser gun, mainly used as a zoning tool doing decent damage. If you want to maximize this move's use as a zoning tool, Bloody Mess is what you're looking for. Assault Carbine. These weapons can be best described as assault rifles. Rapidly firing bullets, while the pistols are for burst damage, the rifles are more for racking up damage over time, only dealing small flinching damage. You can also walk while firing them. That's fun. Riot Shotgun does not count as a projectile. Also, unlike the other guns, has the worst range, making up for it as a strong burst damage up close. Also, this is the one ranged weapon that isn't affected by small frames range damage nerf. So if you're going for a more up-close build, the shotgun is a great choice. Anti-material rifles. These guns are sniper rifles. They have reverse damage fallout, meaning they do more damage far away. While a good KO move from across the map, it has a long reload, plus there is a damage limit it has. Dynamite. Wouldn't be the Wild West without some good old dynamite. This works like Snake's grenades. Throwable items that explode shortly afterwards. Good for stage control. If you have the Super Slam trait, then the dynamite will gain the ability to trip opponents. And for the last of the neutral B offerings, we have the iconic Power Fist. This will work as a charge special, with the Courier charging up a powerful punch. There are some differences when having certain traits. Having small frame will have Courier dash forward while performing the move, but this comes at the cost of less damage. And if you have Bloody Mess, the Courier will slam their fist into the ground, which will create a shockwave. I'm loving how much my brain is just taking all these various bits of information and being like, okay, so there's a shockwave on Bloody Mess. If I combine that with a small frame thing, that can make for a really quick and easy, like super, like high damage and high area effect attack. Like, there's some actual, like, thought processes of, okay, what would the best build be here? Which is perfect for a Fallout character. I'm really impressed by how well this is embracing that. The side special is Incinerator. This large energy weapon will fire an arcing, multi-hitting fireball. The fireball itself won't do much damage. However, it does do a lot of shield damage, making it a great shield poking tool. Also lights the area on fire, which can do small flinching damage to opponents. Up special is EDE, one of the companions you can have in New Vegas. EDE is a flying robot. The Courier will hold on to EDE as he rises up. While decent in range and doesn't put him into freefall afterwards, it is linear and predictable. You do have ways to defend yourself while riding EDE, as you can perform a forward kick, back kick, an upward shot up with a sawed-off shotgun, and a downward stomp with the A button. And then down special, block, and VOTS. By pressing shield plus down special, Courier can switch to those two at will. Block is your starting down B. It acts as a counter-type attack, with the Courier putting the machete in front of them defensively, but instead of dealing damage to the opponent, it will increase the end lag of the move. Ooh! Interesting! I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Having an ability that increases the amount of end lag your opponent has? Well, I guess there's kind of that for the, I can't remember what it's called, but the Mithra, Foresight, or Bayonetta's Witch Time kind of deal. But making that specifically into a counter is really interesting. I like that. And now we can talk more about VOTS. When pressed, the Courier will stand still as an orange cone shape will appear in front of the Courier. Press neutral special, and the Courier will use the neutral B weapon they have on hand. The weapon you have on hand will affect how the move works. The pistols, shotgun, and sniper rifles will lock onto the opponent, similar to Palatinio's neutral B, but instead of the small flinching damage, it instead does the full damage of each gun. The assault rifles will act more similar to Palatinio's neutral B. Dynamite will be thrown next to the opponent's location, with the dynamite quickly exploding afterwards. and the Power Fist will be a punch so hard it cripples the opponent, allowing for a hard punishment. This move does have a natural ability to do random crits, with it increasing from the luck trait. From strong spacing tools with pistols, shotgun, and sniper rifles, with range depending on which one you want, a gimping tool with the assault rifles, and moves to force the opponent to act fast with dynamite, VOTS does it all. Of course, your ability to use this move depends on your ability to manage your action points. You can exit out of VOTS by walking, jumping, dodging, or shielding. I would love to see a Courier game on, like, one of the bigger stages, like Pyro Temple or something, where you just immediately pick the luck trait, VOTS, use the sniper rifle, and just immediately one-shot your opponent from a lucky crit. That's some Fallout bullshit right there, and I love it for that. Final Smash, the Battle of Hoover Dam. The Final Smash starts with the Courier firing a rocket from the Fat Man, creating a large explosion that will pull opponents into a cinematic Final Smash. This Final Smash brings the opponent to Hoover Dam, which is undergoing a battle between the NCR, the Securitrons, and the Legion, with the opponents stuck in the middle. All sides fire at each other as the opponents are hit by missed fire. Then an airplane comes and fires bombs down below, which will launch the opponents away, ending the Final Smash. For costumes, the Courier will use one of two armors. The first is the iconic NCR Ranger armor set, which will be the default costume in all odd-number costumes. The second will be Legate's armor, which will be all even-number costumes. The third is NCR in blue and yellow based on vault jumpsuits, and the fourth is Legate's armor in orange and dark. Fourth is NCR green and black based on Master House. Fifth is Legate's purple. Seventh is NCR in pink, and eighth is Legate's in gold. Taunt-wise, perform several tricks with the revolver and pistol, Ocelot style. Can also have the Courier take a sip from their trusty Vault's 13 canteen. Don't ask how they are able to drink with the helmet on. Not even New Vegas explains that. And third, can have the Courier give a thumbs up. Victory animations. First, can have the Courier stab his machete into the ground and sit down in a bed. The second can have them place down an NCR or Legion flag as he poses with the pistol. And the third can have an explosion happen, but when the smoke clears, the Courier is seen with an army of Securitrons and Yes Man. They then pose as Yes Man says, "Wow, you did a fantastic job." Kirby's hat is the NCR helmet, which would look hilarious on Kirby. And the boxing ring title is the Wastelander who cheated death. We'll get the stage being New Vegas, of course, the city that the game gets its name from. Medium stage made up of 3 parts. Top left is a casino, top right is the outside streets of New Vegas, and the bottom is Vault 21. It takes place at night, with neon lights brightening the city with Lucky 38 Tower looming over the large stage. Hold on a second. This is actually a killer stage design, because imagine, what I'm picturing right now is a open-ended stage for the top left and top right, but you can go underground into like a super heavy, like Hyrule Temple, what's that area called in the bottom left of the stage? Just the Arena of Champions or something like that, but actually designed to be like, okay, people are going to live to like 300% down here, are only going to die if they somehow manage to bounce out of the exit of this area. That would be so cool. Assist trophy, Death Claws, because of course. A terrifying monster of the wasteland, these large reptilian creatures will try to grab any opponent with their big, meaty claws. If they capture someone, they will throw them on the ground and start scratching at them, and after a couple of seconds, they will toss them away. The period where they scratch at opponents can allow a player to attack them as well. And that does it for this moveset. New Vegas is such a well-crafted game. So much care went into making it, and it saddens me that we will probably not see another Fallout game like that again. I have been trying to do a Courier moveset for a while, but it hasn't been easy. I want a moveset to represent the joy and uniqueness of creating your own avatar with their strengths and weaknesses. It took a while to find a good middle ground between that and making it a clear moveset, but I think this might be a good way of doing it. Now, would this be an easy character to balance? Probably no, as there will be a lot to consider. But I think the idea of the mechanic is an interesting one that deserves at least a try. If you have any thoughts on what I did well or what I could have done better, I would love to hear it. This has been Dylan Watts, and I hope you all have a happy new year. I've got a link to more moveset Dylan's made. I always love it when people do that. It's nice to be able to see just a catalog of all the neat stuff they've done. We've seen Delta on Peasant's Perspective before, the Terrarian, we got Gooey, Illager, Chell. Lots of vowel representation here. You'll love to see it. You don't see a lot of that when talking about Smash Brothers. Cool. I actually really like this. Like the moveset. The base moveset is pretty simplistic, aside from being able to swap between the various weapons on the neutral special, but the whole gimmick of being able to choose various traits, that's awesome. I love the idea behind that. Turns this into less a single character and more of a conglomeration of like 18 different Echo Fighters. Probably much more than that. That just allows people to go around and think, okay, I really like playing as the most aggressive person possible. Let's try to go, let's say Ninja, Bloody Mess, and Super Slam, or something like that. Actually, no, that would be Build to Destroy, Small Frame, and Bloody Mess. Yeah, it's just you want to go like, okay, I'm just going to be the most aggressive knife wielder possible. Love that. Yeah, really well done, Dylan Watts. I enjoyed this immensely. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Alright. That was the 7th idea, which means there's only one more thing to go through. I'm going to grab some water for this. Alright. I have heard people talking about this little project for months now. I have a very light idea of how this works. So I'm so excited to see what insanity this is going to end up with. First off, before any of this begins, the first 3 music tracks that are playing in the background were actually composed by 3XHS. Which is fucking awesome. I think that's the first time somebody has brought a concept where somebody that made the concept has also done some of the music for it. Sorry if I'm forgetting anybody that's doing that, but regardless of whether it's been done before, that's amazing. I love that so much. But anyway, let's begin the showcase of Smashworks Smackdown. And I did not center this properly. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Sandro I fucking love that it was called Sandro Studios. Presents Smashworks Smackdown. Smashworks Smackdown is a hypothetical 2v2 tag team platform fighter featuring various characters and concepts by the Super Smashworks Discord server. Which, for anybody that isn't familiar, Super Smashworks Discord is the Discord server that I link in all of these. So this is very literally a platform fighter based around the people in the audience right now, which I cannot stress how awesome that is. But what brought everyone together? Well, let's start from the beginning. Once, not too long ago, there rang 3 great powers. Pirate Kong. I am not going to be able to make it through this. Avaritia, for those who don't know, that is the name of Felicia Fan's avatar, and the Duke. They lived in harmony with one another. discussing ways to make the best of the world beneath them, how to tweak and alter the parameters of the world, what kinds of life to create, and reminisce over their favorite moments in the world. But this peace did not last, for their quarreling grew over time. One by one, small things piled up, and they argued back and forth on the nature of the world. Though many things they came to an agreement on, there were some that lingered. While Duke was content to let the world run its course, quietly in the shadows as he planned out different ways to reboot everything, Pirate Kong and Avarisha were not so willing to let everything go. As such, they decided to settle things in a way words cannot fully grasp. What initially started as a joke, simply the two meeting in the parking lot of a Wendy's, grew into a battle between the gods. They were near opposites of each other as warriors, with Pirate Kong's showboating wrestling and Avarisha's horned strikes. Their mortal guises could not contain the powers that held back their power. And so, Avarisha and Pierre's match goes so hard, it shatters reality. From this shattering of worlds, Duke saw his opportunity. He came in and made his perfect world, called Sandro, crafted from the ideas that he gathered from the humans who revered him. Their concepts and imagination were brought to life. Though this made Sandro unstable, and they quickly began to remember their true worlds, wondering where they were and how they got there. Some simply wished for a way home, others wanted to explore the world and learn its true nature. But not all had such innocent goals, for where there is light, there too is darkness, and the darker souls among them had their own twisted agendas as well. But only time will tell what is to come of these disparate warriors, and if they can learn to coexist with each other, or if they too shall become consumed with the same quarreling as what made the very world they are in now. So, 10 out of 10, 15 out of 10 even. I cannot fucking wait to read through the rest of this. Smashworks Smackdown is an 8-button fighter with light, heavy, shield, light, heavy, special, jump, shield, grab, assist, and meter. While this may seem daunting at first, because it's a platform fighter, light, heavy, special, and jump are the main focus, as they make up the primary attacks and, well, platforming of the game. Also, 3XHS, this music is, like, actually really fantastic. Well done, dude. The other buttons are more situational, only being used as needed during a match, and the meter button simply augments what the main four do. Because of this, the default control scheme is as follows. The main four, pace buttons, light on the left, heavy on top, special on the right, and jump on down. The right shoulder is guard/dodge, just like Smash. Left shoulder, goodness gracious, is grab, as forward and back on the ground, and an air throw. Air throw is fun! Love to see that. You can also grab, guard, dodge in the air. Interesting. Aerial shielding. I don't know if I've ever seen. I've never seen that before. Cool. Right trigger, concept cameo, tap to call an assist attack and hold to switch characters. And the left shoulder is concept charge. Modifies the face buttons to special moves that expand the meter. See universal mechanics. Super 1 on the left, Super 2 on the right, Super 2 on top, sorry. Guard crush on the right, and super jump on down. My access has expired! Oh no! Okay, no, we're all fine, we're all fine, we're all fine. Nobody panic, nobody panic, we're all good. I had a heart attack there. Controls are fully customizable, of course. However, for those who are more comfortable with button layouts from other platform fighters, additionally, tap jump can be turned on or off at the player's convenience. Universal mechanics. Blocking works roughly like Smash for ease of design. No high, low, left, right, just timing mix-ups. However, shield drop is 0 frames, meaning that punishes are much easier. In return, many more moves have plus frames, meaning that shield pressure is a very effective option. Additionally, each character has a guard meter, meaning they can be broken if they block for too long. Dodges. There are 3 options for dodging, all done by pressing direction during shield. Tapping down and block, or tapping down while blocking, will have the character dodge low, avoiding any air attacks, projectiles, or grabs during the duration. Tapping up and block will have the character sidestep, dodging grounded attacks, projectiles, and grabs during the duration. Tapping left or right will have the character do a directional roll, which is only invulnerable to throws and projectiles, but is very fast to execute, making it primarily an evasive rather than defensive option. We have Jump Invuln. During the startup of most characters' jumps, they'll have a few frames of invulnerability to any option other than an air throw. This lets characters get out of many attacks by jumping carefully. We have Air Blocking. Characters can hold back in the air, defend against aerial attacks. Air Block has pretty high landing recovery and only blocks against aerial attacks and most projectiles, meaning anti-airs beat Air Block. Air Block can also takes up more guard meter than ground blocking. Additionally, opponents can attempt to air throw against an air block, which is a strong offensive option. Already, I love how this sounds from a gameplay perspective. Seems like a much more aggressive, okay, just try to get into each other's faces because there's a lot more evasive and defensive options, but styled in a way to kind of force you to get up close and personal with each other. I really like that. Air dodges. Directional air dodges are fast and have fairly low recovery, but are only fully invulnerable for a short duration at the start, after which they become vulnerable to grounded attacks. Like stuff like this, where you have cool defensive options, but they're only actually defensive for a very short period of time. It's really clever, I like that. Though they're invulnerable against air attacks, projectiles, and air throws for a longer time. They also have a limit on how close they can be used after a jump to limit. It will not entirely prevent wave dashing. We also have throw tech and air throw tech. If a player presses throw during an opponent's throw startup, the throw will be broken, putting both characters to neutral. The window for this is fairly lenient, though not so much that throws can be teched on reaction. An air throw tech will have the attacker move slightly below the tech target to give the attacker a slight advantage for getting teched. And then guard special, while pressing special while holding block allows the user to perform a guard special, because that's a cool idea and more platform fighters should use it. Meter mechanics. Most characters have 3 bars of meter. Characters start the game with half a bar of meter and can use their meter on the following options. Supers cost 1, guard crushes cost 1/2, and super jumps cost 1/2 as well. Meter can be gained in a variety of ways, namely landing attacks, using specials, landing specials, starting a dash, blocking attacks, punishing an opponent on block, counter-hitting an opponent, and jumping. Just a very small... I love the idea of just some super cowardly playstyle that just revolves around running from one side of the stage to the other and just jumping over and over and over again, trying to build meter as much as possible. That's really funny. Additionally, each character has a number of potential meter modifiers, generally helping people on defense. As a player is on defense, blocking attacks, being off stage, getting comboed, their meter modifier will increase over time. Whereas on offense, hitting opponents using normals, their meter modifier is reduced. The maximum possible modifier is 1.15, and the minimum is 0.85. However, the center is shifted depending on stocks. On the first stock, both players get an additional bonus of 0.05, meaning the base value is 1.05, with 0.9 and 1.2 being the minimum and maximum, respectively. After the first stock is taken, the meter bonus returns to 0. When at least half of the available stocks of the match are exhausted, all players get a plus 0.1 meter bonus. And when one player reaches their last stock, both get a final bonus of plus 0.15. So it really... It's kind of a subtle thing in the background to boost up the freneticness of the battle. Like, you wouldn't notice it very much unless you could specifically went into the game's code, but more powerful abilities are being thrown out as the game goes on, which I really, really love. The modifier is roughly shown by arrows on the meter itself, with each bonus of 0.5 being represented by a single arrow. God damn! Look at that! HUD by Hectacular Hector, featuring characters by Ferality and EC. That, wow! We're just gonna linger on this UI for a solid 10 seconds or so. Just feel this for a moment. God, that's so cool. Also, saw someone mention earlier that a lot of the gameplay direction was done by 3XHS and Dixo, with Dixo doing more of the organization. Which totally makes sense. Like, the way this is described just screams those two. Because it's very well presented, while still being very particular about what kind of gameplay it's going for. Really like that. Alright, I do love the, actually, no. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm also going to share really quick the music playlist for people to check out as well. For music, so people can see the XHS's. There we go. Okay, back down. Okay, hit mechanics. Knockback. Knockback is fairly standard for platform fighters. Any character experiencing knockback will have their velocity slowed by logistic decay, meaning that they stay at a mostly constant velocity before slowing to zero. There will likely be visual indicators if some source of knockback is likely to kill. DI/LCI, LSI/SDI. DI is fairly standard for Smash. Players can hold the direction to adjust their knockback angle. However, the degree to which DI will affect launch angle has some strangeness, as discussed under scaling. LSI and SDI are not mechanics, making combos generally more stable for most characters as a way to make up for airblock shutting down a lot of non-true combos. Generally the game's combos are longer and more stable due to the changes to DI. However, converting stray hits becomes significantly more difficult as airblock makes it harder for untrue combos to actually go through. As such, while combos are pretty effective and consistent given a good starter, without one of those good starters, it's somewhat difficult to convert into much damage. Scaling. The game has two major scaling systems. The first is a traditional fighting game combo scaling system. Each hit of a combo will decrease the damage of subsequent hits by approximately 10%, scaling by exponential decay. The second is DI scaling. As a combo goes on, DI will become more effective over time, changing knockback angles by a greater degree. DI scaling would likely have a cap for how effective it would be. This means, at the start of a combo, it's consistent, but as the combos go on, the player has to read DI more and more. Throws work like traditional fighting game throws. Hold a direction while pressing grab, and the enemy will automatically be thrown in that direction, with no hold/pummel opportunity. There's also the option to perform an air throw, which works similarly, but in the air. Universally, every character has a forward throw, a back throw, and an air throw, though some characters get extra throws. Knockdowns. When a player is knocked down, they have fewer get-up options than normal. They'll have a strict get-up timing, meaning they can't lie there as a mix-up, and can only choose the neutral get-up, back roll, or forwards roll. They'll have some invuln during any get-up option, but a lot of the time they'll be forced to buffer block or time a jump in order to stay safe from pressure after a knockdown. They can be hit on the ground while knocked down, however, most on-the-ground hits will deal less damage and make the character who is hit to be actionable soon after, making on-the-ground hits less worth it, particularly since it nullifies traditional smash jab block options. This generally makes knockdowns a more effective advantage state, as there are more distinct options players will have to be careful about. Teching. Players can tap guard as they hit certain surfaces to tech against them, similar to Smash. The primary difference is that certain attacks can be untechable. More generally, there are 3 categories that attacks can fall into: techable, knockdown, untechable, fully untechable, and fully untechable. Techable and fully untechable should be self-explanatory. Knockdown untechable, meanwhile, means that an attack can't be teched if the opponent would be knocked down, but can be teched if they're going to start a ground bounce, or if they hit a wall or ceiling. Generally, this means knockdowns are more prevalent, as players can choose to go into knockdown untechable combo enders to maintain advantage. Trades. Generally, lights will trade with lights, and heavies will trade with heavies, while heavies beat lights. Throws will lose a clash with any attack. This is mostly just here to determine clash behavior. Grounded Stagger is a unique non-launch hit stun state used by some attacks. It's generally useful for starting grounded combos, though in most cases it would be character specifics depending on their combo routes. Counter hits. If a character is hit during the startup of a move, they'll be counter hit. Counter hits will deal increased damage, about 1.1 times on that individual hit, and might change properties of some moves for certain characters. And last but not least, we have Beat Escape. In forms of hit stun that would traditionally require a mash, like stun, bury.
At Custom Inc., we can help you.
Let me skip an ad real quick. And get to some Mega Man. Gee, I wonder who submitted this song. Battle Network Music? I have no idea. Not a clue. The player will instead be able to escape by correctly timing button presses according to a beat. Ooh! Oh, that's neat! So instead of mashing the A button as fast as possible to get out of a shield stun, a shield break, you are instead trying to do some quick time events to immediately gain control of your character. I really like that! Oh, that's so cool! Base roster. Now, what you've been waiting for. The fighters! Keep in mind that everyone will be in a semi-realistic anime style akin to Fire Emblem. While this document only gives a brief rundown of the cast, the names of some fighters have a link to their full moveset. Note to me. Clicking the song links for each character isn't required while reading on the stream, they're just approximations of what their actual theme would sound like. Spreadsheet of the fighters can be found here, and we've got 3 templates right here. Alright. Oh gosh, hold on a second. So do all of these characters have, like, separate, like, movesets for them? Because if so, first off, wow! That's amazing! But second, I'm probably not going to read through the specific movesets. I will instead go through the overlays of each character that are on the sides here. And then maybe, if there's time at the end, we'll go back if anybody has any suggestions of specific characters that should be read. Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's the plan. Okay, starting off. Oh god, not only is it an ad, it's one of those Hero Wars ads this time. Yeesh. Skipping that. Okay. Luna Hatsune by Jolin. A depressed Japanese girl with a stand from the future. Her ability, Rolling Girl, is essentially just funky ice girl. She's calm and her depression is an on and off thing depending on her mood. But here, she's happier just because I don't want her to be a killjoy. Also, don't try to take off her shoes, as she will mess you up if you do so. She's this game's Mario. Luna is a basic character and deliberately so, using her body for light attacks and Rolling Girl for heavies. Luna is a jack of all trades, yet a master of none, with equal amounts of rushdown and stage control. Luna is a menace in battle. Luna was one of the first summoned into this new world, and apparently given the role of a mentor. Luna was kind of annoyed with the fact she was summoned into this new world unwillingly. Instead of teaching people how to fight properly, Luna decides to go and figure out why she was summoned into this new world. Besides her role she was given as a mentor, suspecting another ability is behind this. She also meets and befriends a googly shrew because, of course, Spider-Master asks if it's okay if viewers submit their individual movesets at a later date. Sure, absolutely. I would absolutely allow that. Next up, we got Hector, which, first off, fun artwork right there. Love that. A strange man with a striking appearance, with the power of entertainment and insanity. Just about anything possible will happen when he's around. Through everything you know, once new out because no one is safe when he gets into it. He'll entertain you all, whether you like it or not. As for what Hectacular Entertainment actually does when running as a company, we aren't required to say anything or else they'll. So as we're saying, if it's not fun, why bother? A rushdown character with several quirks that are sure to keep everyone guessing what his next move is going to be. Watch out for his install of insanity where he makes himself go crazy. Not even he himself is safe from the antics that can happen thanks to it. You may find yourself in more danger than you expected when facing him. After somehow knowing what just happened by looking out his office window, after some very bright lights and a fireworks show, Hector sets out to achieve his own goals. Goals that are separate from every other character in this new world. He appears to not really care about the conflict, but instead wants to entertain everyone in his own way. But the way he goes about it isn't exactly safe or orthodox. I have the biggest fucking smile on my face right now. I hope you all know this. We got Emilio! Oh, look at God, just drowning in style. So this is by EC. I'm curious, is this an original character by EC, or is this Emilio as in the person that submits the fun ideas into Peasant's perspective that has been translated by EC into the game? Either way, cool. I'm just curious. Alright. Emilio is a local street performer as well as part of a group called the Pals of Positivity with his friends Hunter and Jerry. These three make it to their mission to brighten the lives of the residents in their city. Emilio helps do this through his dance routines combined with his stylish, Michael Jackson-like moves, the hydrokinesis, to make for truly dazzling performances. The Pals of Positivity also like to participate in their city's frequently hosted fighting tournaments as a team. His own character. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you for the clarification. Emilio is a charge character with a bit of footsies implemented. He accomplishes this through his flow mechanic, an exclusive meter that indicates how much water he has stored, which affects the range and power of his strong attacks and specials at the expense of said meter. He can build up the meter in a few ways, most notably by simply moving along the ground. Emilio crossover web. Love that. After being unceremoniously sucked up by a mysterious portal in the middle of a BCBF match, Emilio, as well as his friends who jumped in after the former was taken, appear in this strange world. While their primary goal is to get home, the Pals of Positivity continue their mission to brighten the lives of the other fighters who were brought into this new world. Next up, Yep, that's Speckle, alright. Garcineror is a member of the Garcinoror species, which are highly intelligent bipedal cats. Though they spend most days lazing around in caves, they have a culture that idolizes power and hunting prowess. This is because each Garcinoror has some mastery of fire and tremendous strength, allowing tribes to flourish uncontested. Tribes typically aren't permanent and almost always disband once the Garcinorors reach full maturity, since they are highly competitive with each other. The Garcinoror in Smashworks Showdown is a former leader of a tribe, a highly coveted position earned through embracing their culture of fighting. Garcinoror is primarily a rushdown character with elements of set play. His normals have decent fluidity, which allows him to get good damage off an interaction he didn't engineer. As for the interactions he does force, his most potent damage and combos come from combo starting and extending with his set play options. His general game plan is forcing an opponent to fall into his traps by rushing said opponent down and applying constant pressure. Once they're in the trap, he can use its effects in tandem with Once they're in the trap, he can use its effects in tandem with his normals to rack up damage or take a stock. Garcinoror lived the typical life of those of his species. He rose to prominence in his tribe for creative combat style, which focused on grappling and using strange techniques with his fire. As an absolute spectacle to watch, he gained the respect of others and eventually took the mantle of leadership. Under his leadership, the tribe continued to grow and eventually came to a clean, civil disbandment. Go away, ad. With the promise that they reunite someday. Then, something unforeseeable happened. A mass extinction event, later referred to as Monday, killed the vast majority of the Garcinorors. Everybody wonders why Garfield hates Mondays so much. They don't realize the trauma that such a question causes him. With caves and mountains of the species called home nearly uninhabitable. No, that'd be uninhabitable. Garcinoror was forced to wander more alone than ever. The once showy and bombastic cat who prided himself on his ability to capture a crowd was left without an audience. With nobody left, his fighting style shifted from entertaining others to entertaining himself. In addition to his fire and grappling techniques, he began challenging himself to hunt with cartoonishly absurd and stupid attacks. As of entering Smashworks Showdown, he finds himself in mostly good company. This is his chance to put on a show, be it for friends or for enemies. We got Geekso's Googly Shrew. A magical beast similar to a pangolin, though a rather mundane one. Its kind was being researched by Professor Geekso, but after a lab leak, they escaped out into the wild. This particular one was his personal pet, and has stolen his phone, viewing it only as an aid to wake up on time. Googly Shrew is the game's joke character, having poor mobility and frame data across the board and only all-right attacks. Plus a unique guard that is slow to come out and doesn't reduce knockback. But makes Googly Shrew into the smallest character in the game and gives it access to a surprisingly good burst option. However, if a player willingly puts themselves into laggy hitstone with a unique move 3 times, Googly Shrew is allowed to be a good character for a little bit by doubling its speed across the board. That sounds so annoying. I love it. After an attack on a laboratory that studies magical beasts, this lone Googly Shrew finds itself sleepily wandering the world. It does not know where it is or what is going on, only that it is filled with innocence, curiosity, and the desire to find a warm spot to curl up and take a nap on. Diamonds by Bupperoni, art by Ferality. When young scientist Luciana Sky finally has time away from work to go to big fandom events, she dons her blue fursuit and plays her alter ego, a hyper-energetic dog named Diamonds. When she is in her suit, she is far more outgoing and emotive, and when she enters combat with the other competitors, she becomes a barreling ball of playful chaos. It seems she highly realizes that when she and her opponents are fighting, which is why Diamonds is also under the protection of Lucy's girlfriend and bodyguard, Penny Lanaway. Penny is the stronger, more level-headed of the two, doing her best to keep things from going too far out of control and keep her lovers safe when they are out and about. On the surface, Diamond seems to be an all-rounder, but upon further inspection, it becomes clear that there's a layer of madness to her moveset. Armed with an array of random projectiles, various props, and her pet opossum, Shermie, Diamonds dominates the field with stage control that both she and the opponent have to react to accordingly. Alongside that, she's supported by Penny, who has her own moves and interactions with the rest of Diamond's moveset. Master both Diamond's items and Penny's assists, and your offense will snowball out of control. Story. After spending the majority of their waking day mingling and having fun at a fandom convention, Lucy and Penny decide that it's best that they head back before it gets too late at night. However, due to both of their horrible senses of direction, it seems that the couple has gotten hilariously lost. Now they don't even recognize where they are. But it seems they have to get through a gauntlet of challengers that Lucy has mistaken for other cosplayers. Fucking hell. Like, obviously I've already seen this because I put it on the overlay, but god damn, Erdrick. Camp wins the coolest avatar award of this showcase. Vamp by Camp. Or art by Exnear. That might... Not sure which goes with this. Regardless, it's fantastic. A phantom that was born in hell. Expected to inherit the infernal arms and lead the charge to take over the world. Vamp faces a dilemma as he regrets his status as a phantom that is expected to torture the damned for eternity. That is, until the infernal arms mysteriously make their way to Earth, and Vamp is contacted by God in order to recover the arms and prevent the upcoming invasion. Caught in the middle of the three realms and trained in the ways of angels, humans, and demons, he is a force to be reckoned with that is nice when you get to know him. Vamp is a rushdown character with zoning capabilities, where he relies on his infernal arms, magic, and wrestling capabilities to win the day. His infernal arms are applicable to a wide net of situations, and deal with fleeting opponents, while his magic covers mid-range and his wrestling covers his close range. Embodying the combat styles of heaven, earth, and hell, he is a Swiss army knife of purple proportions that has a million ways to get the job done and look cool while doing so. Within this new nexus, Vamp finds himself meeting new friends and foes, wanting to understand what lies beyond the universe he comes from. He's also convinced that soft bottles are a species for God's greatest achievements. He's right. Oh, this is my new favorite thing. It's just my favorite. We have Feds and... I'm gonna say this wrong properly, but Aculia? By Virality. Rogue roommates revealed. A rogue demon and angel duo who reside in the human world to conceal their identities. They aren't up on humanity, however, other than Fail's fashion obsession and Aku's coding... fucking English. Coding prowess. Wow! Okay, I need water. Erdrick is the main character designer. Exnear is responsible for that render specifically. Okay. That makes sense. An unorthodox tag team character, they can quickly swap between one another to adapt to their playstyle. Fel Swap specializes in aerial zoning with her great air game, while Asulia excels at ground-based offense with her Halo Scimitar. As the two are enamored by this strange, unique dimension, they seek to find a way to stabilize it and have them and other civilizations live there forever. We got Riddle Me. Oh, that's fun! By Flyer. A magical scarecrow who's self-aware, causing mayhem wherever he goes. He used to have a story, but those days have long since passed. Rid excels at setting up aerial combos, with many moves that knock opponents upwards and dragging them around with multi-hits. Accompanied with a gimmick that lets him cancel his attacks with a jump, he also has trapping tools to set opponents up for some scary mix-ups to start his air combos. Riddle Me comes from a story long since abandoned. Ever since, he's been able to survive in a realm between stories, within the Mindscape. He stumbled upon the realm where this game took place in and decided to enter and cause mayhem. He seems to also be on the lookout for some individual he will not specify on, ensuring that it's only his concern, and for now, he's just here to have some fun throughout all the chaos. Very fun. Like it. We got Gustus by Fazdude, the airheaded heroine. A superheroine in the city of Neo-Metroville. She boasts a high-spirited and optimistic personality, but can be somewhat klutzy and scatterbrained. Regardless, her good heart always leads her down the right path. Gustus's powers allow her to generate and manipulate wind, which she uses for attacks and flight. She also has super breath, allowing her to inhale and exhale with the force of a jet engine. Gustus is a hit-and-run fighter, with a below-average ground game, but stellar air mobility. While her low weight makes her susceptible to early KOs, she has great combos and defensive options. Having found herself thrust into the world of Smashworks Showdown, Gustus wants to investigate the goings-on of the dimension while honing her skills, having fun, and hopefully making a few friends along the way. We have Colin, creativity personified by just a regular human being, who is a superhuman artist. Glass cannon with tons of moveset options, combos, and kill moves at his disposal. He can even extend his combos beyond himself with his signature marketable plushies. However, Colin himself is super light and his heavy attacks are easily punishable. Colin doesn't really know what's going on, but he's not bothered at all. He's just in awe of the sheer amount of creativity here. He was so inspired by other combatants, in fact, that it took his own creativity to a whole new level, allowing him to weaponize it against anyone who dares to challenge him. We have Darien Case by Joe Bot, art by Akonu on Twitter. Like, damn, this is good. Like, all of this artwork has been phenomenal, by the way. Darien is a D&D halfling, a grizzled ex-officer who still works on contracts with the police station he was once a part of as a bounty hunter, spending his time taking down fish too big for the officers to fry alone with other adventurers of his ilk. He's very serious and a bit sarcastic at times, the epitome of the straight man archetype. A defensive zoner who uses his spell-slinging prowess and his enchanted revolver in tandem to lock down opponents before finishing them off once he has a situation under control. Excels at stage control and mid to long range with his myriad of projectile attacks, but is much weaker offensively when opponents get close. As for story, Darien has taken it upon himself to bring a sense of order to this chaotic world, on a mission to figure out how they all got here and if it's a problem he can fix. First things first, though, coffee. I feel you, Darien. We got the soft waddle. Squeak, squeak, squeaker, squeakin'. It is a walking pillow beast, similar to Jigglypuff. And lo, there came a day when the soft waddles and googly shrews went to war over who is the cutest species in every multiverse. There's a story mode in this. I want this to be like full-on, super serious, Saving Private Ryan war stories. Like, on the surface, it's all absolutely adorable. But once you actually start understanding what's going on, it's just heart-wrenching. Do not eat soft waddles, but they look like cotton candy! Surely they're delicious. Of course Spider Master put Strife in. In the world of Amulai, the title of Strife has been passed down since time immemorial. Thousands of years later, after many repetitions of the cycle of rebirth between the hero, the princess, and the demon queen Jakku, the newest Strife learns the truth. It's all a farce, a cosmic play that Amelia allows to happen because she is bored, despite her having the power to stop it when she pleases. Angered and betrayed, Strife decides to take his fate into his own hands, taking revenge on those who took away his identity and molded him into a myth among many. Strife is a bait-and-switch character, disguised as a rushdown swordy. He is the polar opposite of what the Mario archetype in platformers is. He is a brutally hard to learn, with a very high skill ceiling. At first disoriented at being outside his home multiverse and in his original outfit, Strife decides to finally become this world, and perhaps every other world's, God King. And this time, he won't waste his time in making a good first impression. In this new world, where nothing is as it seems, only one thing is for certain. It's Strifing time. We have Chef Lucas by the Smashworks cooks.
The journey to becoming a University of Phoenix student is
Not
easier than you might
quite
think.
sure.
There's no application fee. No
I'm assuming
SAT,
Lucas is one of them.
no
Regardless,
GMAT
the psychic embodiment of the phrase, too many cooks spoil the broth. Wait, it's literally just too many cooks in the kitchen as a punchline, as a moveset? Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Sport all-rounder, native of the core world, escaped to avoid being executed by the boss. Oh, we got Louie and Hattie from Pinocchio. Two ghost children who live a normal life as humans in the city of Rosedale. Louie is the kind of guy who's always proud and wants to help anyone who needs it. Hattie is the hat-shaped ghost with anxiety and anger attacks, but who is also very sarcastic and comical on occasions. Both try to save the city each couple of weeks from the evil daughter of the King and Queen of Heaven, Princess Laura, and the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, as well as many other bad guys, while also trying to live a normal week without nobody noticing. Louis is an all-rounder / duo fighter. He's pretty fast, agile, but also very weak and doesn't have that many powerful moves unless you do some combos. Hattie also helps on the moveset, giving Louis a special gimmick where he will rely on Hattie for some attacks, and if Hattie isn't on Louis' head, those attacks will be weaker. Louis and Hattie are trying to discover this merged reality, while also trying to solve trouble and defeat anyone who seems to be affiliated with Princess Laura, since they suspect she might be behind something. We got Dr. Gazebo by BC Look at this dork! World's quotation marks greatest supervillain. Genius yet insane, Dr. Gazebo suddenly appeared one day with no elaboration, claiming to be the world's greatest supervillain, with grand plans to blow up the moon. Why does he want to blow up the moon? He'll tell you a different story every time. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, as he builds masterful inventions, all being shaped like gazebos, in an attempt to beat his heroic rival and be the greatest villain of all. Dr. Gazebo is a character who thrives in chaos, having a zoner playstyle who allows you to throw out as many insane bullshit as you can possibly imagine. The trick is that much of the randomized kit have synergies with each other, requiring a bit of an insane mind to come up with the optimal ways of achieving these synergies. It also requires you to react quickly to the pace of the battlefield, and fight with an insane genius only a mad scientist could achieve. The last thing Dr. Gazebo remembered was getting into a fight with Orchid and his gazebo mobile blowing up, making him fly far away. When he woke up, suddenly he was in a strange new land with no sign of his home in sight. Still, it didn't really register in Dr. Gazebo's mind that this place was different. He sought to do the same thing he was doing already. First things first, though, he'd have to find out what he needed to rebuild his gazebo mobile. Then, he'd have everything he would need to blow up every moon he sees. I love him. I'm assuming this is pronounced Cyan. Might be wrong. Accursed Deadeye by 3XHS. A middle-aged mercenary born on the crimson shores of another world. Cyan is a simple mercenary, not much more or less. Despite having an upbringing marked by poverty and exposure to the flesh-warping seas of her planet, and also the loss of an eye, Cyan was able to survive and make herself into a capable sniper. Now she works alongside a group of other mercenaries to make a living, and perhaps to find some secrets of old. Cyan is a zoner, using her rifle to keep opponents at bay from any range. Her stance careful aim allows her to manually aim her shots, enabling disgusting combos and edge guards, while unique metered options let her use a variety of tools for any situation. However, she has to manage her ammunition and meter to get maximum benefits, and is very susceptible to perishing if the opponent does get in, especially if she mismanages her resources. Got a sick demon curse artwork going on right here. Cyan's story would mostly involve traveling the new world of Smashworks Showdown, trying to find where she is. These parts of her story would likely emphasize the differences between her homeworld/home culture and the new world she's in, as well as the nature of Smashworks Showdown setting. The other primary conflict of Cyan's story would more so focus on her issues with communication and her tendency to distance herself from those she doesn't know. The issues with communication and loneliness that result would likely play a part in her story as a result. Is this Sonic Heroes music? Yeah, it's the Egg Fleet! Hell yes! We got Frey and Not, Golem and Spirits Bound by Fate, by Agent Happy Potato. Frey was a kindly old golem whose core was on the verge of breaking down. One day, it happened upon a creature named Not, who was on the run from mages that were chasing him. Sympathetic to his plight, Frey invited him to hide in his body. What the golem didn't know was that Not was a spirit, suspected of destroying an entire village. While not fully intended on taking control of Frey for his own means, possessing it while its core was damaged resulted in control being split between the two beings. Now Frey and Not need to work together to get to the bottom of what caused their strange bond, all the while on the run from people desiring them for their own purposes. Basically, imagine if Baymax had a symbiote scarf that could do Corrin Dragon Fang shenanigans. That's fun! Frey and Not form something of a symbiotic grappler playstyle. While its normals are relatively stubby, Frey can extend its range with hit grabs that involve Not extending from Frey's neck or sprouting from other parts of the golem's body, with some of these extensions acting as a hit grab. Frey starts off being able to armor through attacks in a similar fashion to Bowser's Tough Guy or King K. Rool's belly armor. However, if the core on its body takes enough damage, it cracks. While Frey has a cracked core, it loses armor on its moves in exchange for moves involving Not gaining more range, as though Not gains more control over the body thanks to the cracked core. That is a fun concept! Ooh! Just the kind of duo pilots where the more damage you take, the more one pilot can control you more. From a conceptual standpoint, this might be my favorite one so far. Frey and Not were once again on the run from those who would do them harm. They found shelter in a cave during a storm. Upon waking, the pair found that the entrance to the cave was no longer the forest they had run from, but was instead one of the several islands with a mishmash of landscapes. Next thing they know, Frey and Not are chased out of the cave by unfamiliar creatures and individuals. So, same old routine. Will Frey and Not find anyone? Hold on. We got a cavity dental ad we gotta get through first. There we go. Next thing they know, Frey and Not are chased out of the cave by unfamiliar creatures and individuals. So, same old routine. Will Frey and Not find anyone willing to help them figure out what's going on and not take them apart? Guess they'll have to find out for themselves. We have FORM by Lava Slug, the Omnicidal Science Project. The Functional Organic Replication Macabre, or just FORM, is an unnatural entity created by the Easy Corporation with the intent of imitating any life form it sees with its unique physiology, unwittingly creating a hive mind within its own instances. Disgusted by their own existence and angry at those who curse them with life, Form massacred all the researchers working at the lab it was being kept before escaping. The corporation denies the creature's existence, although some denizens of Random Realm claim to have seen a suspiciously pink individual roaming the streets before suddenly disappearing out of sight. Form is a highly flexible hit-and-run fighter, both figuratively as well as literally. Able to manipulate their body into any form they wish, Form is encouraged to weave in and out of danger with its quick mobility and powerful blows. Additionally, Form also enters the battle with some dynamic element, able to mimic any enemy attacks and modify its own attributes through a Ditto-like playstyle. At first, Form paid no attention to the multiversal crisis that created the world of Sandro. After all, it's called the Random Realm for a reason. The bizarre is the norm around these parts. However, upon realizing that this shift in the intended order undoubtedly created more of the fleshlings that affected Form, with the pain of existence, they settled upon a new mission: eliminate all life forms it encounters and absorb their abilities for their own ambitions. And that's the base roster, which honestly, quite a solid base roster. Got all the traditional movesets that you'd want in it, while also having some insanely creative ideas. Just grabbing some water. Low-key fascinated by which ads I get. Apparently the algorithm thinks my teeth suck, which they don't! I haven't had cavities in years! Algorithm's just being a bully. Alright, DLC fighters. We have The One. Description impossible by 3XHS. I looked up to the stars that night. It was cold, yes, but I was used to the cold at this point. I'd been living here for the past 12 years after all. When I was younger, I used to love the stars, all of space. There was so much out there, and it was all so beautiful. Now, however, my feelings were more mixed. There was so much beauty in the stars, yes, but in between those pinpricks of light is the vast nothingness. He told me it took hundreds of years for the light of some stars to reach Earth. What would it be like to be out there? The 100-year-old light of faraway stars as your own companion? What would it be like to sit there, alone, amidst the vast emptiness? What would it be like to know all of it? The thought made me afraid, and I turned my eyes away from the sky. I think he looks friendly. One is a mid-range oriented zoner who was elected not to follow the basic rules of the game. She has access to a variety of unique metered options and character-specific resources, as well as multiple character-specific quirks that make her play differently. These are best described in her movesets. There's a lot of them, and going over it here would be redundant. Aside from these unique tools, she plays as a mid-range oriented zoner who wants to keep enemies at a specific ideal range, where she can use a plethora of strong pokes, long-range throws, and command throws. Stage control tools, and generally oppressive options that force the enemy to die. Outside of that, she also has strong stage manipulation tools, and the ability to heavily limit the opponent's movement. This all comes at the cost of poor movement, awful defense, and high time to kill on her part. I look down at my hands. The music of the man... This is really weird music to pop up at this point. The blood of the man before me covered them, gently dripping to the floor below. I stepped away from the gruesome sight before me, caring not about cleaning it. I had more important work to do. I stepped over the corpse to look at the desk, look into the drawers to find the tome I needed. Not wanting to dirty it, I wiped the blood from my hands on my shirt, and picked it up. Exactly what I was looking for. God, Pizza Tower is such a jam. We have Gary Lemurian by Ferality. So I'm seeing that the people who made this made one fighter for the base roster, and it looks like several people made a second one for the DLC fighters, if I'm understanding this correctly. The Bulwark Re-Risen. A reptilian creature from the game Risk of Rain 2, whose leadership and affinity for technology has earned him a spot on Petrichor 5's moon with the game's final boss and one of the planet's god brothers, Mithrix. In Star Guardian Ari's route of the game. God, I love how this is just like a culmination of the hundreds of peasants' perspective ideas we've had before now, but actually infused in some weird way to create the lore of a setting. Just, God, I love this so much. He decides to stage a rebellion while she and Mithrix are fighting, all while controlling a giant mech exoskeleton, known as the Bulwark. A giant rushdown summoner who commands the denizens of his planet to greatness. While easy to combo, as well as having poor recovery, he makes up for it in great pressure from his good range and flying data. Gary seeks to command his army through this unfamiliar world to its former glory. He'll take a page or two from everyone else, but overall will make sure that he and his kind get safe above all. We got Edison by Pinocchio. Second in command, member of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Mortimer Edison was a comedian on his past life who never appreciated by his partners, but loved by the public who got to hear his humor. At an unknown day, Edison was found lying on the floor. Supposedly, his partners in comedy murdered him, but he later became a ghost and joined Stampy, another ghost with evil intentions, and formed with two other ghosts, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, a group of DJs and criminals who caused chaos and terrorism since 2009. Edison is his owner, using his hands that can morph his fingers into guns that can also contain more projectiles in his hands. Edison and the Four Horsemen are on their way to cause chaos and mayhem around the world, trying to defeat opponents and cause damage where they go, all because he thinks it's funny. We got Delta on his own fusion of morality by Dixo. The villain protagonist of the Tower of Alto, Delta is a masked sorcerer hailing from the titular town of Alto. Little is known about his true self, other than he is willingly signing away his home to a foreign power without the knowledge of his people. Delta is an aggressive, highly technical zoner. Similar to BlazBlue's 9 the Phantom, his entire kit centers around casting elemental spells, gaining sigils, and then fusing sigils together to cast even stronger fusion arts. His elements are assigned to directional inputs: neutral for fire, forward for water, up for air, and down for earth. He lacks a Super 2, but makes up for it by having a different fusion art for each combination, thus giving him, oh god, he's an invoker. Ugh. A total of 11 different elemental spells he can cast with a Super 1. Counting double... I don't say that as it's a bad thing, it's just the invoker type characters hurt my head. Counting double up on the same element and having a spell for when he has less than 2 sigils active. He can also choose to burn his own guard meter in order to gain a sigil without using an attack. After the events of the Tower of Alto, Delta finds himself wandering a foreign land, confused, abandoned, and flooded with guilt over his actions. His mask that was once used to protect his identity is now a shield for him to hide behind. Perhaps, however, in this new world, he can find a way to gain redemption for his sins. However, before he helps the heroes, first they must prove their strength against a Delta fresh out of the once sealed Tower of Alto. We got Headliner by Fazdude, center of attention. Not much is known about Headliner's personal life, but what is known is that she is a prolific superheroine from where she hails from. This has given her a huge ego, and she loves to praise herself and bask in the attention she gets with her flashy fights. She also has a nonchalant attitude, believing she can handle anything thrown her way with ease. While she is ultimately on the side of good, she tends to lean towards goals that suit her best. Headliner has your standard flying brick abilities: super strength, flight, super speed, and super durability. However, these powers uniquely increase in potency with the attention she gets. To this end, she can also emit a psychic wave that draws people's attention to her. Though this ability has a lengthy cooldown, overuse. Headliner is a pressurer with grappler elements, lacking range but also having means to both approach opponents and keep them within her range. Her attention meter mechanic encourages aggressive, high-risk play with powerful results if mastered. I'm just picturing a playstyle where you are constantly trying to make your opponent look at you. So the way to fight against her is just to look the other direction and spam back airs over and over again. Somewhat aware that she was a second choice, Headliner sets out to prove that she can take everyone else on and come out on top. No, she isn't salty at all. Why do you ask? We have Verge. Ooh, that's a fun design. Multiversal Council member of space! From the council that keeps the watch to oversee the multiverse, Verge is in charge of keeping the spaces of the universe intact and preventing any serious vendors from disrupting the balance. And this moment is no exception. Verge's assessment will determine the judgment he shall pass onto those in this new universe that has suddenly appeared. Though maybe he should work on his social skills. But look at this guy! Clearly, he's just brimming with charisma. The space between Verge and any opposition he may come across hardly matters, being able to close gaps easily in many ways. It's going to be hard to get away from Verge when his preferred distance is in your face. And he has a few tricks up his sleeve that will make sure he's always going to be in that range. Verge has received a report. Something big just happened. A new universe suddenly appeared under abnormal circumstances. Verge must now, with the supervision of the council, set things right and search for the source of this anomaly to correct it. Though he seems to be a bit conflicted about the whole situation, in the grand scheme of things. This is a Slack advertisement that's playing right now. This is not part of the playlist. Weirdly still kind of fit. Octavius Trench. Hello again. You were in my XCOM squad. I got you killed. I apologize for that. A member of a cosmic order of centuries-old archivists that observe and catalog the multiverse. Despite not being allowed to directly interfere, this scrappy scholar is still not above getting his gloves dirty in the name of the greater good, even if he is a bit fussy about keeping his dignity. A well-rounded brawler with all sorts of tricks in his magical hat to outsmart his opponents. A bit odd and all over the place, given he's a scholar, not a fighter, but he still gets the job done, even if it's by the skin of his non-functional teeth. I know it's not the thing he has here, but the Professor Layton music fits him like a glove. Unlike the majority of the roster, Octavius arrived in Sandro by choice. While doing routine observation studies in the Bluebird multiverse, Octavius learned that 3 individuals, Strife, Delta, and Dr. Gazebo, had mysteriously gone missing. Gazebo in particular had disappeared during a fight with Orchid, and there was enough residual interdimensional energy at the scene to leave a trail right out of the multiverse. Octavius had to make a tough choice. As an archivist, he was not allowed to intervene, but he had disobeyed that order before. Something beyond this home multiverse was uncharted territory. A being who knows everything stepping into a world where even his most basic knowledge of magic and physics could be useless. To leave and investigate would be dangerous and irresponsible. However, allowing the likes of Strife, Delta, and to a much lesser extent Gazebo to run rampant in the greater Omniverse would be even more irresponsible. Steeling himself against his fear of the unknown, Octavius packs his suitcase with some handy artifacts and enters Sandro to bring those reckless mountebanks back home. That is, if he can even get back at all. We have Shivers. Oh, that's fun! I love that. By AC. The former first mate of the self-proclaimed Captain Argy. An accident at sea caused by simple negligence on Argy's command caused Shivers to meet his demise. This, combined with the captain simply brushing off the whole incident, changed Shivers from a once timid but loyal first mate to a vengeful and bloodthirsty undead soul. Stop giving me Hero Wars advertisements. I hate these things. Ugh. There we go. I can see this character fitting with F-Zero music. Bloodthirsty undead soul. As a result, he became the fiercest and most terrifying pirate to sail the seven seas, with some even mistaking him for Davy Jones himself. Shivers would be a lightweight prushurer, using his array of arms, each with bone cutlasses, to wildly swing at the opponent. His specials could have him make use of additional skeletal arms that he can summon as well, as other tools to help him close the distance on his foes. Only a few minutes after he was defeated by his former captain, Shivers was quickly reanimated and brought into the seas of Sandro. While he has no knowledge of this new world, he intends to get back into his own world and get revenge on his former captain. Although he may have a harder time appearing as a threat, as his terrifying status as Davy Jones himself doesn't quite resonate with the other multiversal combatants. We have... hold on. Anoxymandra? Anoxymandra. There we go. Killer turned softy by Lava Slug. Anoxymandra is a kind soul, one who wishes to avoid conflict at all costs, and prefers to protect the innocent. This stands at odds with her family ancestry, as she was born a member of the Thales clan, a warrior species gifted with the power of crystallokinesis, aka the ability to control crystals. After being executed via amputation by her own people due to the conflict in ideals, Anoxymandra somehow clung on to life, gaining the ability to detach and independently control her own limbs in the process. Anoxymandra would be a trapper fighter, utilizing her powerful stage control tools to keep foes as far away as possible. This is made possible due to the disjointed attacks that utilize her crystalline nails, as well as a unique mechanic that allows her to separate each of her limbs to perform different actions at once while her main body remains fully actionable. Being one of the many strange inhabitants in the random realm, many strange events happen there on a regular basis. That said, when gosh, this is hard to say over and over again. When Anoxymandra caught wind of the presence of many powerful fighters that aimed to threaten the peace and slay the weak, she knew that she could stand idle no longer, and set out to stop the invaders and avenge the spirits of her past. We have Smash 64 Mega Man, specifically. It's Jump and Shoot Man. He is a fighter assist not unlike Alucard and Akira, but instead of using his kit from Smash, he'll alternate between the Mega Buster and weapons based on the Smash 64 star. Oh, because it's based off of the Smash 64 concept. Oh my gosh, I love this so much. Stream just lagged a ton. Ooh, hold on, I do have one notification. Looks like there is a dropped frame for something. One moment. Let's give it just a second. Let's make sure everything's fine. Anything lagging now? Testing. 1, 2, 3. How's my voice sound? We shall see. There's a Chick-fil-A ad playing right now. Is that also going through? Missed the last bit of Anna and the first assist. That's fine. Okay. Oh, so you guys missed the banner. That's unfortunate. I was basically just gushing about that. This is just the most fucking beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And Anna is here to protect the weak because she wants to do that because she's a good person. All good now? Okay, good. So at the Mirror Temple, basically just Dr. What's-His-Face from Brawl, and I think he made it back to Smash 4, I can't remember. Probably just Brawl. But yeah, it just pops the entire Mirror Temple up to smash people. Got Smash 64 Mega Man, based off of the concept. Love that so much. We got Ya Grosh, also Dixo. When summoned, Yogg appears inside the Proudclad, piloted into battle as both an assist and a mini-boss. The Proudclad can be summoned in one of two states, a flying form, as shown left, or its assault form, which takes the form of a spider tank. The former will assault players with a barrage of lasers, while the latter will fire explosives everywhere, while counting down to the devastating Muon Blaster. Both will last until it's defeated, in which case it will explode, damaging anyone nearby before being dismissed. Yogg can also be encountered as a boss towards the end of the story mode, or during the Peasant's perspective boss fight. I am so excited. We have Vixen by Ferality. I believe this is the Ari variant. Yeah. Middle-aged fox stuck in the role of Risk of Rain 2 dashes forward and can perform 3 actions. Orb of Brutality, a small bolt of essence forward. She decides when it explodes, which is very powerful, but can also hurt Vixen. Fox Spark charges up 3 Fox Fires and it throws them forward. This wall can armor 1 attack before expiring. And Charm blows a kiss forward. This is semi-honing, and any opponent hit by it will be forced to walk harmlessly, leading to deadly follow-ups. This heart can be blocked. She does this dash action cycle 3 times until leaving. However, she can be knocked around and defeated. Yes! Oh, yes! I love this so much. The refrigerator from Ferality's Chess Online idea moves in a rook-like fashion in 4 directions of choice. People can get stuck in it, and if they stay in it for a certain amount of time, they are KO'd. However, the person in it can take control of the fridge, and opponents can take their place. That's hilarious. We got Annalyn from Fazdude. An assist that walks and jumps around the stage and attacks opponents that gets too close. Grounded opponents are struck with their pickaxe, while airborne opponents get kicked. We have The Wraith Knight by Spider-Master. We got 2 Mirror Temple. How long until the too many Fire Emblem characters complaints start rolling in? Oh, there's too many Mirror Temple characters. Why can't we get more Feralities or more up? An assist that will appear and copy a random opponent's moveset, assisting the summoner for a short period of time before disappearing. Takes 0 knockback, but can be KO'd by dealing enough damage to him. So he's kind of like the Black Knight of this game. Too many Bluebird characters, exactly. We get Constance, just a Fire Emblem character until the mix, why not?
Achievements with custom gear.
Getting rid of the ad. An assist that appears in the background of the stage with 2 different functionalities, which randomly activate at a 50-50 rate. Sunlight appears to be in good spirits and makes the summoner lighter, but also deals more damage for the duration of the assist. Technically, Delta, Gazebo, and Googly are also Bluebird. Yeah, gosh, too many Bluebirds. Gosh, it's just clear Sakurai bias here. Or Spider-Master bias, rather. And Shadow Mode, Constance appears in a bad mood, making the summoner heavier and giving them super armor on grounded heavy attacks, but deal less damage and knockback overall. Oh, that's an old one! We got the virus from Lava Slug. A mysterious entity, one who has wandered aimlessly around the internet since time immemorial. Left to its own devices, the virus has long pondered what the true meaning of horror is, putting together a bloodbath of the World Wide Web's greatest monsters into nothing less than a massacre. Upon noticing that a certain purple baby had accidentally escaped its realm and wound up here, the virus knew it had to show up and punish whoever dared disturb its grand experiments. Gameplay-wise, the virus is an assist that uniquely holds no loyalties, not even to its summoner, while it performs one of a pool of 5 attacks. These include casting a pentagram beneath its hood to give every fighter a single bar of meter, performing a jump scare to briefly stun anyone within its sound radius, unleashing a firewall beam as a full screen stream of fire, creating pop-ups all around the stage that function as temporary platforms, and opening up hyperlinks to swap the position of all players. That's a sick assist. I want that in regular Smash Brothers. Gosh, just one that you summon that you're kind of afraid of because it doesn't hold any allegiance to anybody. That's so cool. We got Topper. The leader of the Brutals throws their hat into the ring as an assist for Smashworks Showdown, and I mean that literally. Upon being summoned, Topper will summon a stack of hats on top of his head that will either slide on the ground or throw in the air at a straight line. These hats only do small flinching damage, but he throws quite a few, so they can certainly have the potential to be disruptive. His last attack before despawning has him summon a giant stack of hats, 10 to 15 to be precise, before quickly losing balance and falling over with the stack in tow. The stack falling deals great damage and knockback while having absurd range. After this attack is over, Topper sits up a bit dazed after what happened before despawning. We got the rain. Oh, I love this so much. But you see, the colorful deity of the Special Cup races into Smackdown. Upon being summoned, Rainbow Road appears in the background and uses their powers to create a track for their summoner, with the track itself varying in design based on the action of the player. Simply standing or doing any kind of movement, minus a few, we'll get to in a bit, will create the titular road. This gives the summoner the ability to walk in the air as well. Doing an initial dash or doing a burst movement option creates a boost panel, giving whoever steps on it the impact run effect. And finally, jumping spawns a bouncing mushroom which gives those who bounce on it a hitbox, similar to the trampolines from Spring Stadium. So a passive custom stage creator as an assist, that's so rad! This goes on for 10 seconds before Rainbow Road gets dragged away by Lakitu as they wave goodbye. The track the summoner makes also sticks around for another 10 seconds and can be used by other players. Ha! We got Carney! Nice! Carney has entered the game. You may all applaud now. When summoned, Carney will come in along with either a Velocidrome, Kuluyaku, or Kurapeko. Not pictured. The following will happen based on what monster Carney came in with. Velocidrome are not that strong, so it pairs up with a second Velocidrome to attack aggressively. Able to pin fighters down and gang up on their prey, though they are capable of being warded off. Especially so if one is taken down, which the other will leave as it has no backup. For the Kuluyaku, acting totally passive, Kuluyaku remains on the stage holding an egg. If Kuluyaku is attacked, it will drop the egg, breaking it. Following this, Kuluyaku will then run around the stage aimlessly and erratically, damaging fighters that happen to get in its way. It will occasionally throw fighters at the fighter who broke the egg in the first place. Yeah, don't mess with the Kuluyaku's egg, guys, come on. And for Kurapeko, an entire horde of Kurapeko is called, running across the entire stage, damaging and stunning whoever gets trampled. I would love if there was a small chance for one of them to just make a call and just have a devil ho just come barreling through the stage in the opposite direction. We got the seal of approval. The seal of approval slides its way into the battlefield. When summoned, it slides across the stage as if it were a chilly patch of ice, bashing opponents along the way in order to reach the summoner. When the seal makes its way to the summoner, it gives them a patch labeled "Nice Job, Dickhead." This patch will give the fighter a buff to their speed and damage. It's probably best to try and stop the seal, but at that point you're clubbing a seal, you monster. We have the Connectatron by Camp VBA, character technically owned by Microsoft. The Connectatron has made its way from the next box to Sandro. It runs around and uses its camera to briefly stun opponents, allowing time for the summoner to work their way in. This culminates in a final attack as it rises into the air, and a red ring appears on the ground before a giant beam of red light utterly destroys anyone caught inside. One could call it a red ring of death, no? And we got Clay Wario by Harry Nations! When summoned, Wario ground pounds from the sky on the stage and he attacks opponents by shoulder bashing, grabbing them, and shaking them. All if the opponent attacks Wario enough, he'll get mad and stronger because it's like they stole money from him. Love it. Got to the items now. The Peasant Scroll. A scroll containing something. Oh, it's the assist card. Oh, I love that so much. It's the actual scroll on the thumbnails, but it's the actual assist summoning character. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. B for one is whatever may come out of it is completely random. No exception. We have the GameCube controller, by Count the MVP. A melee item, where if you use the light input, you bash someone up close, or the heavy attacks allows you to use it as a wire, as a long-range whip attack. So it's, you just wield it as a flail. Throwing it would have your character essentially do a rage quit animation, and it spikes if you toss it off stage. As a literal controller spike. That's just a 10 out of 10. We got Corn by Dixo. Corn would be spawned on the cob. Well, on the cob, Corn would be a throwable item, which deals light flinching damage and drops a grain of corn, which would become a food item. However, if corn is hit with fire damage, they become popped corn. Popped corn will constantly fire off projectiles for a few seconds, which scatter randomly about the stage within a short distance of popped corn. These projectiles deal the same amount of damage as if corn was thrown normally, but because they are constantly popped off like firecrackers, this can do a substantial amount of damage. Thus, popped corn functions as the turret version of the fan item. We got a Soft Waddle by Jigga. An item version of Soft Waddle that works kind of like Mr. Saturn in Smash, that you can throw it at people. Players hit by it have their hit SFX replaced by squeaks. And their walk and run SFX are replaced with waddle walking noises. So it's not useful for, like, offensive capabilities at all. It just fucks with your SFX. That's amazing. I love that. We have the Portal Crystal by Spider-Master. Item functions similarly to the Bomber item in Smash. Characters can pick up the item and hold it for a certain amount of time. However, the effect differs. The crystal will flash, teleporting the player wherever they are, right back to center stage, triggering a massive time-slowing explosion around when they appear. We have just a base, an advanced war skirmish base, just like the entire building. The base appears on a random part of the stage, initially sitting still and doing nothing. Rather than being picked up, any player can hit it with a low attack, to expend a quarter of a meter to summon a medium tank. Oh! So it's not necessarily an item, it works more like a Steve crafting bench kind of deal. Tank will roll around, doing hefty damage to anyone it comes into contact with, while being surprisingly durable. That's actually really cool, I love that. If the base takes too much damage, it can also break, leaving every player with the choice to use weaker attacks to get more medium tanks, or stronger attacks to deny their opponents as much. We have Commander Pong. Command Pong, along with the troops it commands, would function here as a very unique item. Upon spawning in, they would appear as a single white Pong paddle, which at first appears to work like a basic battering item. However, if the player who grabbed the paddle holds onto it long enough, then eventually the other entities that comprise the commander would begin appearing to cause chaos around the battlefield. These include a horde of space invaders, appearing from the top blast zone to rain down lasers, some asteroids entering the side blast zones to deal damage on contact, and the blocks from Breakout appearing at random spots on the stage to serve as destructible walls. What really ties this all together, though, is the fact that the battering item's charging attack is not only angleable, but also tosses out a Pong ball projectile that can actually bounce off the aforementioned elements, opening up loads of creativity. That's so fun! Stages! We got Neo Metroville by Fazdude, central location of Fazdude's fictional universe of the same name, formerly known as Project Cape, being the same universe that playable characters Gustus and Headliner hail from. We have Atron, the planet of Battle Reborn by Virality. It is a Pokemon Stadium-esque stage where the floating island flies through different locales and changes depending on the location. Oh my god. I mean, I'm going to scroll up a little bit because that next one's too distracting. You can see characters from the game concept fighting. You can even see Fels and Aculia in their 70s outfits. Its main platform and gimmick change depending on the location with no default layout. There are about 10 variations of the same stage, with competitive versions. What? Is there anything better? Just hold on. I want to zoom in on this one. I can't. Come on. Let me get the biggest. Okay, I think that's as big as we can get. But my god. Imagine Poke Floats, but the floats are different kinds of soft waddles. There's all kinds of soft waddles, from flaming ones, sleeping ones, slimy ones, pixelated ones, devil ones, robot ones, and totally not a googly shrew ones. We're still looking into that last one for confirmation. Oh, that's great. That's so good. Okay, so why does this keep moving? If someone's making live comments, I think it's causing the document to shift on the overlay. Ah! Stop that! There we go. Competitive Smashworks Showdown. Be like, Waddlepalooza, no items, Strife and Famp only. Strife would, Famp would totally be the fox of this game. Where Strife is the one, like, super complicated character that pros use to show off. Okay, I don't know why this keeps moving around, but I will make do with it. We have Binge Pipe HQ Combination Break Room / Genetics Lab from Capsid, which is Dr. Moreau's home stage. Hang on. One second. I just want to check something real quick. Because I think I recognize... Wait 1 minute, wait half a moment. Where did... Sorry, I know this is a break in the flow. But if this is what I think it is... Where are you? Ah, not the same one. I thought this was a soldier from the XCOM submissions, but no, that's something different. We got Saridil Outskirts. The outskirts of Saridil, the Salt Gatherer City. The stage overlooks Science homeland, and in the distance, a strange metal structure emerges from the Red Ocean. Would likely be structured with a large central platform alongside other platforms to the side of the main overlook. As the match goes on, time passes, the people of the city will go through their daily routines, and the sky will go from morning to evening to night. We have the Magical Beast Labs by Dixo, the laboratory that Professor Dixo works at, and his pet Googly Shrew's home stage. It's a walk-off stage with 3 platforms. The main platform... Actually, sorry, what are we kidding? If it's any character that is, like, Waddlepalooza, no items, Strife and Famp only, it's 100% Waddlepalooza, no items, soft waddles, and Googly Shrews only. Like, that's what real men do when we're just playing in this game. However, as the side of the lab is broken open, the player can use that opening as another platform as well, as they hop onto the second floor observation stage. Rather than a gameplay-altering gimmick, if Googly Shrew is on the stage and holds taunt, Yixel will call his own phone and talk about a random character on the screen, besides the player that called him. See the NPC section below for more details. We have The Void by a white and black void, where the flat platform flies through it. The geography of the void will shift and deform the platform to make it a bit more interesting. Bricklord makes a cameo here, as well as Mr. 2000 and any characters familiar with the void or something else cameo here. We have The Fortress Custodes by Spidermaster. The massive stone fortress working off ancient industrial tech to serve as the home base of Amulet's champion. A Midgar-style stage with a King of Fighters stage-style destructible wall covering the top blast zone. The Fortress Custodes is patrolled by Centurion soldiers who will appear on stage and be a nuisance to all parties until they are knocked off. We have Hectacular Entertainment, a large tower in the middle of the ocean. Hectacular Entertainment sits alone and isolated. The fights on the stage taking place at Hector's office, the very top of the tower, featuring Hector's desk and the grandiose throne of a chair. A large window to view into the heavens and beyond, and the darkness lined by large columns that stand on the edge of the light from the window. The stage layout changes periodically, bringing in all sorts of themes and chaos to disrupt the battle while also trying to keep things interesting. If Hector isn't being played currently, he'll be sitting at his desk watching the match and occasionally doing things like picking up the phone and relaxing. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Imagine the layout of the Wrecking Crew stage in Smash, but designed to resemble Duke and Pierre's Smash character design tier list. Smash stock icons randomly spawn, and breaking them either yield items or explode to cause damage. Duke and Pierre occasionally pop up in the background. However, Felicia Fan's channel mascot will also make an appearance as reference to when Felicia did a series of streams reacting to Duke and Pierre's tier list. I am just picturing like our various avatars fighting over each other, just grabbing stock icons and trying to force them around to various methods of the list. Like Felicia constantly grabbing Fox and trying to force Fox to the top left of the list. And Pierre just smacking it back with K. Rool, and just, oh my god, that would be so funny. We have the BCBF Arena. This is Emilio's home stage. It takes place in the main attraction of Beat Up City, the very arena where its various fighting tournaments take place. When approached on lending his fighting arena to the Smackdown, the BCBF commissioner, Mr. Brawlham, jumped at the idea of it and was more than happy to do so. Although the ring itself needed a few more accommodations to match the types of fights that would occur. In terms of how the stage itself would look, it would have a similar layout to the Bun Wrestling stage from Nick All-Star Brawl 2, with 2 platforms on the side and the wrestling ring itself being in the middle and serving as the main platform. The ring would also wouldn't be a Krabby Patty, as you may have guessed, so it would resemble more so an advertisement that I need to skip for 1 second. For music stuff. Smash Bros. Broken stage, in terms of atmosphere, you would also be able to bounce off the ropes, like with both of those stages. We have Site 09 by Lava Slug. This is what remains of the once productive Easy Lab Site 09, a former beacon of progress in the bioengineering world owned by the infamous Easy Corporation. After an incident involving an all-site instances of the foreign project escaping containment and massacring the entire working staff, the building was quickly locked up and abandoned in the hopes that the entity that caused that incident would be trapped inside. While this plan failed, the building now stands as an enigma among the corporation's spotless record, as the public was left in the dark as to the truth behind it closing. As a stage, the abandoned laboratory is uncanny and unnerving in various ways. Large test tubes and flickering lights illuminate the dark corridors of the facility, revealing mossy terrain, scattered lab equipment, and the corpses of Easy Labs personnel strewn about the floor. The biggest set piece on display is the middle floor plan, which is split in half. On the left is a medical shelf that holds up 2 platforms and a KOF style wall. The right side, separated by a gap in the center of the stage, provides a sloped surface dangerously close to the blast zone, along with the corpse of a scientist hanging by the neck of a stethoscope, with a body able to be attacked by all players to be swung around with a damaging hitbox. Ugh, yeah, that's a lava slug idea, alright. Yeesh. Some Slendy Tubby's terrifying shenanigans right there. Got Clash in the Purple City by Camp MVP, the city that Vamp finds himself in after escaping hell and receiving his mission from God. The stage would have 5 platforms with walls that are tall buildings and skyscrapers, as the moon illuminates the stage with a purple haze, fitting for Vamp's brand. When the battle reaches the final minute of time, or someone reaches one stock, lightning cracks and it starts to storm, highlighting the intensity of the battle as it comes down to the wire. DLC stages. We got the Commencement by Hopu Games and Frality, the arena where you fight Mithrix, but something is off. Specifically, 3 characters are fighting each other: Mithrix, a unique stage boss; Star Guardian Ari, an upgraded and reskinned Vivian Assist with new moves; and Gary Lemurian, who is a stronger version of himself. The fight cycles between 2 of these 3 fighting each other, as the other exists in the background. These boss fights can be turned off. We've got the Tower of Alto. Oh my god! Whew, boy, I'm gonna grab a sip of water real quick. Transforming stage, as the fight takes place inside of it. 20 different floors, though not all of them having unique layouts. Shares the same layout. The floors that share the same layout. Shares the same layouts. Ugh, English. I have been talking for a bit. Remember when this was going by quickly? We're now at 4 hours. Boxes showcasing artwork in the background as such opponents can't be knocked off stages inside these neutral layouts. Oh! Ooh! That's actually really interesting! It's a transforming stage, but you can only be KO'd on certain stages. Oh, that's cool! Oh, that's so cool! Floor 1, outside the tower, being a walk-off with the town of Alto surrounding it. Acts as an extra set of platforms off to the side that players can use. Throughout the stage, the other characters from the titular series. Once the doors open, the players are sucked in. Floor 3 has only one central platform, but is a large stage. The floor has noticeably decreased gravity, and different prehistoric sea life will swim around the stage, with a mosasaurus sometimes coming in to try and eat the fighters. After a few seconds, the water will drain and move on to floor 4. A single platform will turn into an island with a few trees. The stage will shrink to a reasonable size, and the trees act as their own platforms. 6 is a frozen wasteland, with 2 high walls that can be stood on like platforms and 1 long lower one. While the background is blurry with a blizzard, the silhouette of humans fighting a mammoth in the background. Said blizzard does not affect visibility for the fight. 8, 9, and 10 all have the same platform layout, with 2 large buildings that can be used as platforms surrounded by smaller buildings in the background telling a story. At first, they are firing arrows at each other, which the player can get in the way of. After a few seconds, the arrows stop and boats swim back and forth that players can stand on. Then, a few seconds later, war breaks out again as both versions of this layout are active at the same time. 12 returns to the previous stage layout, but now the stage is flooded with swordsmen of semi-random attire fighting in the background. These swordsmen will sometimes chase after the player, but they are easily dispatched. Floor 14 is a cityscape of stone and brass, with semi-random platform layout as the heights, number, and distance between buildings change every time this floor is loaded in. After a few seconds, a battle machine with legs, arms, and arms loaded randomly with either flamethrowers, guns, or missile launchers appears. The stage will not transition past floor 15 until this mini-boss is defeated. Once it is, the stage will shake and crumble apart, with the players on top of a single floating stage with whatever buildings were in the center still intact. Floor 18 would look the same as the normal room, but with a large pillar in the middle of it. When the stage next transitions, instead of shifting into a white field like normal, the walls simply fall as the pillar slides into the floor, with the players now on the roof as an angel watches the battle. The stage will not reset after this, staying on the roof, though the angel may attack players if the match lasts too long. If stage hazards are turned off, it stays on floor 1. Whew! Ha! That was a lot, but goddamn, that's a cool stage. Alright, we got Verge's stage by Hector. At the edge of this reality, seen from space, is the world itself that can be seen in the distance. A flat stage floating in the cosmic aether. It's peaceful in a way, but its peace will be disturbed as rifts in space-time break open, bringing in sections of other worlds as stage hazards and new stage geometry. One must always be alert whenever a rift opens, as anything can come out from the other side. We have My Desktop, a hybrid of First Destination from Smash Remix and Beaverse with submissions from Peasant's perspective in the background. That's adorable. Excuse me. It's smaller than its story mode version because of balancing. We have a Pellucid Outpost. The Pellucid Outpost is a massive labyrinthian tower, one created entirely out of multicolored crystals. Found at the very heart of the Thales clan territory, this tall watchtower is used as the base of operations for all clan affairs. While the craft behind this monumental structure is impressive, the beauty is only skin deep, as behind its walls lies nothing but a maze of bloodshed. As for the stage itself, it's fairly simplistic in its design. The main platform, which has slight slopes near its ledges, is within the highest point of Pellucid Outpost, along with a full landscape view of the surrounding areas it oversees. Uniquely, this stage has an additional 5 soft platforms that hover above the main stage, again made of crystals. Of these platforms, a random one of them will burst open with many small stalactites at set intervals, resulting in a damaging hitbox that effectively locks out a section of the stage temporarily. On rare occasions, the spikes can even appear on the tower itself, forcing all players to briefly fight exclusively on the soft platforms. We have the Moveset Meltdown itself. Moveset Meltdown is a monthly contest held over in the swamp based on the premise of creating movesets around specific prompts. It seems some essence of this series of contests has manifested itself into this adjacent server, and boy will it make an impression. As for how the stage itself looks, it takes place on top of a literal volcano, with the edges of the volcano's crater acting as small, hard platforms. Meanwhile, the primary fighting space of this stage comes in the form of 3 floating platforms made of magma rock, 2 floating parallel to each other on both sides of the volcano, while the other is located inside the volcano's throat. Additionally, banners showcasing the stock icons of the Meltdown submitters would decorate the background. The main eye-catcher of this stage, however, is the wheel that hovers just off in the background. At random intervals, an entity known as the Sleepiest Swampert would spin the wheel, with each one slot representing a different theme. Once the wheel stops spinning and lands on a theme, all of the submissions for that round would appear in the background as stage cameos. Meanwhile, the round's winner would occasionally interact with the stage directly with unique stage hazards for each one. Although this can, of course, be prevented if hazards are turned off. That is insane, from what I know about the Swamp and the Moveset Meltdown competitions. But still, love the mental image of it. We have Waterfall by 3XHS, home stage for the One. A small, rocky cliff next to a large waterfall, overlooking an almost picturesque lake. If the player goes to the left far enough, they'll see a door leading out into what looks like a building, though its position there is almost unnatural. Still, the scene seems incredibly calm. In fact, unless specifically selected, no music will play, Just the sounds of combat and that of the waterfall. Eerie as fuck. Love it. We got Shivers' Bone Ship by EC. Shivers' home stage takes place on his pirate ship made entirely out of bones. Layout-wise, it's mostly comparable to Smash Bros.' pirate ship stage. Where it differs from pirate ship, though, is in its atmosphere and hazards. Shivers' ship is constantly sailing through the middle of a sea storm, making for a very dreary and tense backdrop. Not helped by the fact that the ship will periodically swerve in both directions due to the waves. On a side note, using Shivers' Super 2 on the stage will instead have a cannon appear in front of him, as he shoots any caught fighters onto the other ship that appears during the cinematic. That's fun. Having stage-specific stuff for characters isn't really something that's really any platform fighter has really messed with. I'd love to see more of that. We've got the Archivist Observatory for Octavius Trench. A wide, round chamber filled floor to ceiling with wooden bookshelves with those cool sliding ladders. Pneumatic tubes travel across the ceiling and down the side walls with no bookshelves. Carrying work orders and other paperwork in bronze. Why does it keep moving like that? Good grief. And other paperwork in bronze capsules. If Octavius Trench is not selected as a fighter during the match, he instead cameos in the background, swinging between two different ladders with his pocket watch chain to better observe and take notes on the ensuing battle with his portable typewriter. If he has been selected as an assist, he will use his pocket watch to create a portal and hop through it, doing his attack before returning to one of the two perches. Fun. The stage itself is a round, floating platform with an intricate glass-like blue crystal and steampunky gold and polished wood. Underneath the large A symbol is a steampunk clock. This will be important later. During the match, you can see books floating across the room, sliding out of one shelf and sliding right into place on the other side. At some point in the match, however, there will be floating golden pages hovering around the stage on super tiny platforms. If players make contact with these pages, think the band members of New Donk City, they'll fly toward the center platform, stunting the Archivist records, which sends the entire stage out of control. The main platform flips over, the other two platforms start spinning around at random speeds, a disco ball falls from the ceiling, the books start flying around randomly, portals open across the room, causing Bluebird characters to cameo in the background, and finally the pneumatic tubes burst, causing the bottom blast zone to no longer work as the room overflows with loose paperwork. That's awesome! In addition, in the background, poor Octavius, again, if he wasn't selected, is dangling from one of the ladders by his watch chain, which is wrapped around his ankle. After a while, he finally gets himself free and tries to take control of the situation. He swings from his previous perch up to the central platform, and physically pulls back the hands of the clock, reversing time and returning the observatory to normal. If Octavius is in the match, that clock will wind backwards on their own. That might be my favorite stage. It's up there with the tower, with the Alto Tower. Is that what it's called? The Dixo's Massive Tower. That's fantastic! And Duke's episodes. This stage is just a bunch of Dukes and Peers episodes. They act as platforms, hazards, and other stuff. Although, because self-promotion is epic, other people's what? Other people's what? I don't know! No! The context! I'm picturing, if anybody has seen, Animation versus YouTube by Alan Becker, just the way that YouTube videos would interact with the stick figures that were fighting, that's what I'm picturing from that. Which sounds hilarious. NPCs, we have Professor Dixo by Dixo, of course. A zoologist that specializes in magical beasts, he has been enamored with the recently discovered googly shrew. While keeping the playable googly shrew as a personal pet, he also has a couple dozen in captivity. that he runs cruelty-free experiments on, usually testing their senses and problem-solving skills. That said, he's also a massive nerd even outside of his profession. Being a fan of video games and anime with almost no social life outside of his lab, he often finds himself unable to separate the fantasy worlds he obsesses over from reality. Is this Balan Wonderworld music? Lovely. You know, as bad as that game was, it does have a killer soundtrack. Being a fan of video games and anime with almost no social life, instead of living in delusion, he's usually quick to catch himself referring to real-world things by game sets or anime tropes. He often quick to apologize for them as well, and can easily get embarrassed over it. Though such comments usually come as part of his talents in observation and analysis, as seeing the world through such a nerdy lens is what makes him good at his job. He can be unlocked as an announcer, but also has a unique appearance on his home stage base, both as a cameo and for codec like Teach Me Professor Ixo segments. Oh my god, is this... I'm not going to read over these, but is this... It is! Yes! Just a full-on codec conversations for the entire roster. Oh, that's the best! That's so good! Oh, that's hilarious. Alright, we're getting to the... Let's go back to the start of the playlist real quick. I want to both listen to 3XH's music again, and also because we're getting to the end of the playlist that I had set aside from what I pulled from it. We've been talking for a long time about this. My goodness, this might be the most time spent on a singular idea. Got Miss Monotone is a superhero who works as a member of a super team by Facet. We've seen her before. She was at, I don't know if it was the last episode or the one before that. Let's read the anti-piracy one. You know, I'll humor you for that. Where's the anti-piracy one? Unique interactions. Additionally, if you try to go and codec call while Shivers is on the stage while playing a pirated copy of the game, instead of getting any normal codec, it's replaced by Professor Ixo singing a cover of You Are a Pirate, albeit very poorly and clearly a few drinks in. That's so good. So good. Anyway, Ms. Monotone. Meant to be a semi-parody of those cheesy heroes and villains that popped up in comics in the 80s and 90s, her sole superpower is being able to speak in a monotone voice that causes listeners to zone out or even fall asleep. This power has been lovingly dubbed Monotone Mumble. Due to a combination of being forced into her line of work with no real passion for it and being jaded in general, Miss Monotone is sarcastic, low energy, and disinterested in superhero life, preferring to read or sleep than fight crime. Regardless, she tries her best to give it her all, and she is genuinely grateful for her team, even if she seldom expresses it. She is an unlockable announcer in this game. We got the Crab Man. Gotta love the Crab Man. A coastal man who steals from the locals. He can be best described as a combination of a middle-aged bachelor, junkrat, and a joke announcer. Doesn't really care about giving good commentary, he only cares about the cool characters, exciting things that happen, and hot women. He'll also call people out for taking it slow, as well as play on his magic guitar. God, I would love to play in a fighting game where the announcer will actually get angry at people trying to zone out and just play like cowards. Just that sounds hilarious. We have a Pallid. I don't like you, just the idea of you. Let's draw that out, shall we? By Potato. Pallid is a sentient potato able... Oh, is this Potato himself? Yes! And it's the Sprouts making this... Oh my god! Slender Man's body as just a potato on the head. That's so good! Oh my god! Able to manipulate the sprouts coming out of him to create a makeshift body for himself, filling out a suit and bow tie. He is driven by a desire to catalog individuals he finds interest in an effort to recreate them for his own purposes. Kind of like a scaled-down Brainiac mixed with Thoth from Gods of Egypt. Halid was in the middle of his research when he was invited / brought over to Duke's Snow World in Smashworks Showdown, resulting in his experiments being scattered throughout. While the rest of the cast are suspicious of his intentions, they form an uneasy alliance with him as his network of potato sprouts are able to scout other characters in Duke's New World to be able to brought together, as well as experiments to be hunted down. I hope everyone is aware of how much cataloging Potato does for the Peasant's Perspective series. This is fucking hilarious that this has been translated into him being kind of a mastermind coordinator, kind of master hand-esque figure in this realm. That's so funny. I love that. While not an active participant, Palad offers missions to various groups of characters in Smashworks Showdown, such as hunting down specific experiments and artifacts he's been cataloging. We have Vinny by Hectacular Hector. As a normal person, Vinny isn't going to be doing much, but his boss told him to hold down the fort while he was away with his job. So of course, Vinny decides to do his own thing and just run the business of selling whatever anybody wanted. He knows he can't handle what now resides in the outside world where a number of new superpowered hooligans are making a mess of this new universe. As if it wasn't enough already. Maybe this time Vinny will finally get some well-needed rest, so long as the patrons don't mess anything up. He's also been forced to watch the battles of said patrons for future entertainment development, but has a hard time believing that sleepy rodents and some bugs could ever be on par with actual superheroes and higher beings. And don't get him started on the seemingly normal people who just fight everyone else there. Just an average dude. He's just here. He's the shopkeeper. I love him. Whoa! Hang on. This is gonna be hard after talking for 4 hours.
The nightmare of the Crim. It is only a matter of time till all succumbs to us. There is not a single obsession to this absolute rule of ours.
That was stupid to do, but I had fun doing it. Whew. Oh, for fuck's sake. And last but not least of the announcers, we have Slendy Winky. An interesting presence here, to say the least. Born alongside the original 4 Teletubbies as an experiment to be monitored by the Guardian. He lived an idyllic existence day after day. However, one day something terrible went wrong, as the tubby custard that Tubbies consume for sustenance became infected, mutating him beyond recognition and driving him into an unrelenting bloodlust. Oh, it's lagging? God damn it. Hang on. Are my vocal cords okay? I will survive. I think we're fine. I am getting... thankfully not dropping many frames. YouTube can kind of back-end the upload, but it is being a little delayed. Now, we're fine. Initially, Slendy Winky was taken from his home by a strange hyperlink that forced him into the servitude of other monsters to aid in their massacre. After reality shattered, however, he somehow found himself in the land of Sandro, and took up an occupation as one of its many announcers. Compared to his fellow hosts, Winky's commentary is much more simplistic, as his limited vocabulary and blissful upbringing make his speech charmingly stilted. Just be wary whenever any involving direct violence is mentioned. He tends to get a smidge too excited whenever this happens. When am I gonna play it? God, I don't know. I don't have the time to get around to, like, make the videos I want to make. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. We got DOS.exe for moving on to bosses now. Bye, Potato. Rudius is a crime lord who lives in a world split between a physical world and a digital one. Upon being translated into Duke's new world, Rudius is surprised to find that he can freely transform into DOS.exe in the real world as well as in the digital devices, which he plans to take full advantage of for nefarious crimes. The lag kind of enhanced the nightmare. Well, I'm glad there was quality to it. It actually gets it gets a lot easier to talk like that after talking for so long. Get enough phlegm in the back of your voice that you can just kind of speak. Nope, can't do it anymore. That coughing took it out of me. Boss fight starts after a short cutscene of Rudius in his human form before transforming into DOS.exe. DOS.exe spends most of his fight flying around, stabbing and slashing the player with his bladed wings and chains. Attacking certain parts of the stage materializes platforms that can be used to more easily reach DOS.exe in the air. We got Mithrix. He's a giant, literal man on the moon of Petrichor 5 and one of the god brothers. He took the fox thing Kiko in order to upgrade his lunar creations. Mithrix hates everyone except for his brother and his creations, but especially hates Ari and is his arch nemesis. Phase 1 has a slide smash dashing forward with the hammer, a lunar smash charges up a slow smash that knocks opponents into the air, and a lunar jump that jumps into the air, creating a shockwave on landing. Phase 2, 3 lunar chimeras come in to help. One is an exploder, a tiny fragile creation that shoots out energy balls, exploding into a puddle of blue lava when it's defeated. The golem, a slow creation that shoots out energy balls, and a wisp, a floating creation that rapidly shoots out arrows. Also gives the smash a tall hitbox pillar, and the eclipse, a floor floating pillars spin around him as he stands still, exploding every 5 seconds. Mirroring that is Ari, the Star Guardian, by Ferality, both by Ferality, by the way. Ari is a 18-year-old fox girl who sought to save her pet and mascot Kiko after it was captured by Mithrix. While she and Mithrix are in a bitter rivalry, she's indifferent to Gary. For her gameplay, she's an expanded version of the Vixen Assist, only with an air dash. She is much faster in the air and on the ground, making her very hard to hit. Can quickly dash 3 times, throwing a spirit ball after each pause, has a tail flip, and a nail slash. She may have HP instead of percentage, but she can be comboed and her tails count as hitboxes as well, making her very fragile once the opponents get their hands on her. We have Hector Zero, the one that has yet to let go. He just had to mess with the time stream again, didn't Hector? Just couldn't leave it well alone. He just had to bring his past self in to mess it all up. In any case, Hector Zero isn't going to... He may just be a normal man who still has his mind intact, but doggone it, he does have something that just keeps him going. Though he's not quite sure why he's even doing it at this point anymore. When will he break? So we got some story shenanigans here where the playable character is bringing his past self in as a boss. That's actually just really, really fun as an idea, and I wish more games did that. Mr. 2000. Also from Hector. Jumping in when things are seriously wrong, Mr. 2000 will make sure you learn your lesson, residing in the ward, always watching to make sure nobody is making a serious reprehensible offense to reality. Nobody knows why his name is Mr. 2000. We have Wild J, also by Hector. A lot of Hector bosses here. Oh shit. Okay, well, I'll prep myself for that. Wild J is a simple outlaw who rides a heavily modified motorcycle. Armed to the teeth with all sorts of weaponry, Wild J is confident they can take out anyone who might get in their way. With the first phase, Wild J starts riding the motorcycle, zipping around while firing in all directions and running over any fighter in the way. It makes Wild J a little hard to hit, but a motorcycle doesn't have much HP to begin with to make up for it. In Phase 2, Wild J's motorcycle is totally wrecked into scrap metal. Leaving Wild J all by themselves, it's time for them to make better use of their weapons in more controlled ways. Having mobility and the firepower to propel themselves across the stage, and even have some melee strikes for when someone ends up being too close. Okay. Hold on.
The nightmare of the Crimson Abyss. A nightmare.
No, I'm not reading the whole thing. Fuck that. That's way too much. A nightmare for Cyan when she falls into the Red Sea once again. It doesn't really exist, probably, but encountering it is sure to be a nightmare. Its abilities are unique to each eye, and said eyes must be destroyed in order to obtain victory. The stage is the nightmare itself, as it uses 2 of its palms on the stage platform. However, the eyes on the stage are closed and only become vulnerable while attacking. Capable of crying red seas of tears, firing mass awe, and summoning other demons to attack. It's a force to be reckoned with.
And I'll be seeing you very soon.
We have Emperor Mono by Fazdude, an egotistical, I can never say this. Near megalomaniacal director who seeks nothing more than Universal's expansion of his empire, willing to do whatever it takes to grow his influence. While he tries to maintain an air of professionalism, he becomes a downright brute when he loses his cool. He doesn't care much for his underlings, the peaceful alien race known as Cacophonids, literally throwing themselves into battle with reckless abandon. Emperor Mono's fight takes place on Akusa, his home planet, and has 2 phases. The first has Emperor Mono watching the fight on his throne, instead sending in Cacophonids to do the best for him. The Cacophonids are relatively weak for their blaster shots, but come in high numbers. At the end of each wave, a rocket-powered Cacophonoid appears. It is stronger than the others, but defeating it causes it to go out of control and rockets into the background, hitting Emperor Mono. After the player lands a few hits in this way, the second phase begins, with the Emperor Mono leaping into the foreground. His attacks include throwing Cacophonids at the player, firing a large sonic beam from his mouth, throwing punches with his Rayman-esque fists, and jumping up to crush the player a la the Death Robot from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Unlike the first phase, Emperor Mono now has a standard health bar. Depleting it causes him to fall over, defeated. We got a secret boss with Paladin too. Completing all event matches unlocks a secret boss fight against Paladin, consisting of a series of horde battles fighting modified clones of the roster under Paladin's control, indicated by potato sprouts coming out of their heads, kinda like Pikmin. Each horde of clones is accompanied by a clone of Paladin himself. Paladin clones don't attack, instead just jotting down notes. However, they still can be damaged, with knocking them out ending each horde fight prematurely. Fights are broken up with platforming sections akin to Master's Fortress, as you make your way through Paladin's library, a network of tunnels that resembles a library overgrown with sentient potato sprouts, managing bookcases and attacking the player if provoked. Upon reaching Paladin's main study at the end, you meet Paladin himself, who congratulates you for completing the gauntlet and helping him collect data. I cannot stress how much I love this. We have the Bolt of the Sai by 3XHS. A very, very fast mech who fights with a hit-and-run playstyle, low HP, but brutal damage and hard to avoid. It has a whole... How long is this? I'm probably not gonna read it. That's too much. We've been going for so long. We got a whole document to describe that one. Can I just say, highly recommend people to go through just this entire labor of love, because there's clearly so much passion and time put into it. Does that mean I can't pronounce the boss name of Live Love? I can, but it just takes several tries. Also, wow, this live stream is now lagging severely behind where time is at now. It's fine, it's fine. We have the One as a multi-phase super boss. I know you still hear it. The call which comes to all of us. And yet, so few of your kind follow.
At Custom
So
Ink,
many
we
s-
can help you
God damn it, ad!
with a meaningful logo or design to help.
I was feeling that. Ah, the moment's gone. So many simply wait, live out their lives without trying to find its source. As if that which humanity seeks will simply come to them unhindered. No, we must seek it out eternally. Even if some of us are led astray, even if we must give up anything in the process, even if at the end, we are no longer human. We have The Visionary by Lava Slug. Once respected wizard of the Mwali village, who fell into obscurity as a result of his own hubris, told by an elder of a mythical crystal ball that held the key to such powers unknown, he dedicated his life to finding it, much to the protest of his own people. After many years, he was successful in his search, although overdependency on the ball's tempting allures slowly degraded his rationality and pushed those he cared about away. Ultimately left him with nothing but the ball. He attempted to destroy it, but to no avail. This culminated when he attempted to use the ball's own power to tap into the time stream, and prevent himself from discovering it in the past, an errand that cost him dearly, as he became trapped inside the null space for aeons. Originally, this is where he would eventually slip out of the time stream and into the random realm, to meet the rambunctious misfit crew. However, in this timeline, he instead will be sucked into Sandro. Dazed by the sudden shift and unstable nature of this new reality, the Visionary decided the only course of action was to purge the lands of the chaos that inhabited it, no matter the cost. As a boss, the Visionary's fight would be tricky to face, as he isn't fighting alone, but is joined in battle by his crystal ball, the Asan Mundati. Both him and the ball have their own separate life bars that the player must replenish down to 0, although this does mean that he lacks any additional phases. As for how they fight, the Visionary himself mostly sticks to graceful physical attacks along with his magical spells for more powerful moves. Meanwhile, the Asan Mundati primarily uses its various Asan shots for mighty stage control that fighters must weave around in order to succeed. Ugh, English. We're almost there. When both the man and the ball are close to being defeated, they call upon the time stream itself to rift into the battlefield. I'm like, stop giving me hero. Can I get rid of specific ads? Fuck's sake, YouTube. Close to being defeated, they call upon the time stream itself to rift into the battlefield, illuminating its radiant presence on set intervals with consistent points of the stage that can reverse the flow of time if the player is hit by them. We have Cold Steel, a bloody reptile warlord. Cold Blood is a horrible monster brought about from an experiment by the falsely noble EPA organization in their attempts to create the ultimate reptilian species. He joined Smashworks Smackdown as a boss character. With his wide array of reptilian abilities as well as incredible brutal and fear-inducing hunting tactics, he's sure to bring about suffering he could have only dreamed of spreading to those wretched humans. This one's got a reveal trailer as well. Fun! Peasant's perspective. Endless conception. A horde battle against various characters featured in Peasant's perspective live streams. Duke cheers on while eating a huge turkey leg. Sure, why not? Periodically warping between different spots in the background. Ads also appear to obscure the stream, particularly a hero. You motherfucker! You got that in right at the. Oh, I'd be laughing a lot harder if my vocal cords could handle it. See, this right here is the benefits of a live service format for a video game. Because you can just add things to the game based on how properties evolve. Perfectly proven the proof of concept of my Smash Reboots ramble. God, that really got me. Various scrolls pass by in the background of pictures of other peasants' perspective submissions, kinda like the strings in the Miiverse stage. Enemies will pop out of some of the scrolls, kinda like how you attack the magic orbs during the World of Light boss rush. Empty scrolls also float around, which can temporarily trap players who get too close. Some scrolls contain items you can get by attacking the scroll. We have Pachi, Goddess of Sandro, Hybrid Beast of Ideas. A cosmic entity forged from the literal heart of Sandro. She is the story mode's guide, helping our heroes finding the world's core where the heart is hiding until she reveals that the reality is fixed. She'll be banished to the void of lost ideas. So sadly, you must fight her to repair reality. Or do you? You know what? I'll let people read this themselves. Partially because I'm getting very tired. But also because I want to encourage a little more, like, actually encourage people to actually go through this and check out some of these other details. Alright, side modes. Minigames can be accessed through a hub on the main menu called Pier Stadium. Yes. We have Smack Ball by Potato. Basketball mode, inspired by Slap City's Slap Ball side mode. The goal of Smack Ball is to knock a ball into the opposing team's goal. There are a variety of different balls you can select to spawn. For example, ones that can be grabbed or launched, normally thrown. Balls that are living creatures, hostile balls that will hit back, heavy balls that have high gravity. I am genuinely shocked that soft waddles are not an option here, but alright. Guess that would get confusing with soft waddle also being a character. Through special conditions, you can unlock a boss match with Striker's DK, with Electrode as a hostile ball that you can shock you back if you're not careful. That's awesome. Though reducing its health bar temporarily knocks it. Please say that all of these have Donkey Kong references because it's Pure Stadium. Oh my god, yes! Googly Math Jr. As everyone knows, Pure loves Donkey Kong. You know what else he loves? Donkey Kong Jr. Math. So as a little tribute to that, Math is the name of the game here in Googly Math Jr. On this special stage fitted with a set of 3 platforms on both sides and a row of 5 platforms below, awakened Googly Shrews must maneuver around to grab numbers and equation symbols that Pure will spawn on stage. All this in an effort to match the number that Pure chooses in order to reach using equations the Shrews must create. But that's not all, because the Shrews are on the same stage, they are fully capable of sabotaging each other with attacks and such. Even capable of stealing numbers or symbols if the Shrews are currently carrying one. We have Jungle Jams. Listen to music and jam out with Pure for some quality off time. Or if you feel like challenging yourself even further, you can play the music like a rhythm game and go for the highest score. You can even go head-to-head with the other players or Pure himself. He may be too good at this. He will actually absolutely destroy you. We have Chessworks. Step up and test your knowledge, ambush your enemies, and set traps for them in chess combat, where the pieces are alive and the enemy is not. Choose which characters are which piece on the board and go head-to-head in chess. Characters are only able to play specific pieces that are allowed to represent. The game is ended when the king on either side is eliminated, the victor being the one who still has their king. When 2 pieces meet, regular gameplay is initiated, and a match is played between the characters. Furthermore, any allied adjacent pieces can be brought in to fight as a partner, but it isn't a required step. Once the match is complete, the loser of the match has their piece removed from play. It keeps moving around. Go away, Google Fiber ad as well. There we go. Once the match is complete, the loser of the match has their piece removed from play. If the initiator wins, they complete their movement. If partners were involved, the damage is divided between the characters and kept in play for the next match that may happen. While on the topic of damage, it is slowly healed as long as the pieces do not initiate any other fights. No more bosses. Pier's Conquest. Fight all the... Oh god, I just saw the name of the next one too. This is the best thing ever! Fight all the bosses back to back in a mode especially made for combat. Heal back some damage after every fight to continue the run. Sometimes Pier will come in randomly to drop a special condition to beat a boss under. Survive until the end to obtain a grand prize for the selected fighter that has participated in this event. After an update, home to the obligatory Patchy Soul Boss. Corporation Quiz Time. Yes! Pierre will don a more professional look, wardrobe by the illustrious suit coat, and ask the player random trivia questions framed as an impromptu interview to join the corporation. In this series of questions, Pierre will quiz the player about various things from the following, but not limited to: details on the characters, lore, everything Donkey Kong, mechanics, the videos he and others he's worked on with has done, design dorks but only on hard mode. After successfully answering the entire set of questions that Pierre gives you, you'll be rated on what you got right and wrong and thus be rewarded based on that rating. We got Bowling 4. It's time to bowl! Step into the arena of pins and see if you can become victorious. Select a fighter of your choice to bowl down some pins. Some fighters work differently compared to others, like Googly Shrew, bowling by just rolling itself up. Was not expecting a small callback to the Nestor idea, but alright. Or Dr. Gazebo, of course, using a bowling ball shaped in the name and in the shape of a gazebo. How does that work? Who knows? You can even play some of the NPCs for some extra fun. Can't leave all the fun to the main stars of the game, right? This mode also includes special bowling challenges for the characters with the chance to earn rewards. We have Vigigante's Smashing Carnival. Among the very many disparate characters brought into this world, one of them stood out from the pack in an odd way. You see, unlike the other characters that were interested in combat, the Vigigante? I have no idea how to say that. Wanted nothing more than to continue its musical traditions, regardless of how far from home it found itself. For those of that unaware, Vigigantes are folkloric characters on the island of Puerto Rico. Oh! One of whom found its way in something of a final fright before winding up here. So it would be more Vigilante then. Okay. As for how the mode works, the name of the game here is Rhythm, as each fighter has several custom challenges built around their specific moves and abilities, which they need to succeed in or else risk facing the wrath of Vigilante's hellfire. Due to these characters being character specific, it is difficult to go into detail for them here. However, some of the more common level archetypes include having a set of constantly appearing targets to beat, levels that force the player to block a consistent stream of projectiles to a flow, and full-on fast-paced platform levels to sync to music. Love that! We have Rebuilding Alto. Rather than a dedicated side mode in of itself, Rebuilding Alto is a side quest inside the story mode that persists throughout the entire game. As the player goes through the story mode, they collect and gather materials that can be used to rebuild a town that has been through a recent war, which in turn brings in other NPCs and creates a base for the player. While not every character will end up here, what would the fun of that be? As the rebuilding continues along, the player will gain the opportunity to learn more about the world of Sandro. The places in it, the different playable characters, the original stories they hail from. Rumor even has it that once Alto is fully rebuilt, the tower that lies in the center of it will open its doors, and out will walk the powerful sorcerer who destroyed the Sleepy Forest town in the first place. We have Aculia's Arcade. Meanwhile, in a deep corner of the stadium, Aculia has set up an arcade cabinet for some games she made in the 80s. While she's not a fan of computer games, she put these games so that people would find them interesting. These games use primitive Commodore 64 level graphics, but are smooth to play and full of personal charm. You can even hook up a second player. They're based on a lot of the scratch games made by Inguantum. And a basic platformer, trying to dodge things for as long as you can. An angling platforming pinball-esque kind of deal. Yeah. Just a simple runner. simple catch the following objects game. You have a 3D... it's a Slenderman game. Oh, it's very literally a Slenderman game. We have a maze game. And Googly Shrew Dodgeball. Love it. We've got Corn Run Contest, the usual This entire time, I was hoping upon hope. Okay, come on. Make Corin the sandbag. Make Corin the sandbag. That's such an obvious punchline. You made Corin the sandbag. 10 out of 10, full points. You get an A. Well done. Well done, everyone. You can also just have the option to hit Corin themselves. Love it. Post-rel content. Looks like someone forgot about me. Oh, look, I just got a character in here. The secret character. Now it's just a team doing dumb stuff. Sometimes the world goes in shambles, you know, average Tuesday. Unless you go much deeper, you'll find a true story by watching this video. As we tell, he's a bit cocky troll, but he does what somewhat mean well, and he's willing to help everyone he needs to help. Rather annoying offensive zoner, he'd be rather floaty, and one of the lighter characters in the game. We give the ultimate random bullshit go character that just plays projectiles and traps everywhere. Probably be on par with the other characters, at least one person would advocate to ban him. His attacks include range from throwing something random, as casual as a stick, a microphone, or a black hole. Sure! Just, you know, what you might have in your pockets. Sticks, microphones, cosmic... or physics-defying entities. Yeah, simple stuff. Time shuffling ball pit that spawns a clone of every character on the stage, fighting with each other. Taking a move from someone else, be able to use it once, but it's twice as powerful. Also items, he's basically a Chad version of Villager. Him walking in the air because logic doesn't matter, he can go in 4 directions and do grounded moves. There's a meter though, an invisible one. After it runs out, he falls on the stage, but you can cancel the move. Or just teleporting everywhere randomly to switch places with an opponent. I would love an ability in a platform fighter to purposefully just swap places with an opponent. When he heard about the terror, he came to help because he was bored and overly cocky. He comes to help everyone he sees, trying to do some good because sometimes being naive and helping the bad guys. Also, he makes unfunny jokes with everyone he's teamed up with. Okay, we got events. Oh, are these? Oh, they are! Yes! These are events in, like, styles of, like, live service sort of costume stuff. The Festival of Freezing for, like, a winter-themed holiday stuff. We've got the Soft Waddle Celebration. That comes with variations of soft waddles as new items as well as wearable headgear. Oh my gosh. We got an agent one with sunglasses that reflects projectiles. We got a celebrate one with a party hat. To use a party blower, which extends as an attack like a Belmont whip. We have a red not soft waddle that deals fire damage in contact. We have a sack waddle that just changes players' SFXs to resemble crumpled paper. We have a sick one that causes poison. We have a 16-bit one that orbits around a character as a floating hitbox. We have a sleep waddle that causes people to fall asleep. We have a spin waddle that reverses controls on contact. A spirit one that temporarily turns its beholder intangible. And a explosion waddle that creates an updraft above it upon landing on the stage. God, fuck, I love Peasant's perspective. Guys, I love doing this so much. Goats on Parade to correspond with the release of Delta's DLC. Anytime a match is played with stage hazard turned on, Altoan goats will span on the stage. They'll wander around as they please, but attacking them will have them charge the person who hit them with a mighty headbutt. And after taking enough damage, the goats can be defeated to drop healing items, though more so in the way Minecraft animals drop floating meats than anything morbid. After the event ends, they are added to the item menu to be selectively turned on and off. We have a Risk of Rain invasion. With Risk of Rain style outfits, mostly protective gear that hides the faces of characters. Googly Shrew and Software instead become void touched. Yes! We have the Jolly Slozzle tag. Heavy metal inspired outfits are added to many characters on the roster. Additionally, some stages will have metal remixes of their normal songs to play during the event period, which can be toggled on and off once the event ends. Don't let it get to your head. Side mode that enlarges players' heads, enlarging their hurt boxes. We have Peasant's Retrospective. The Peasant's Perspective Horde boss battle will periodically cycle between characters in various perspectives every so often. Beat it enough times during certain time frames unlocks Peasant Portraits, murals featuring concepts from specific perspectives. See the gallery section for example. Oh! Oh, I can't wait to see that. Dukes, oh my god. Unlocks Duke-inspired outfits for your character for 100% completing their story mode and beating Patchy Soul, the ultimate bragging rights. We have the hectacularly entertained. Ever wanted to stay insane? No? Too bad. Now everyone can have it on the fun voluntarily. Every character will be able to see select their insanity version to be default base alt without needing Hector to turn them insane. Of course, if they are hit by Hector's insanity, they will turn normal, with the usual effects for a short while before turning back insane as per usual. Every possibility will be covered. We have the Flavio mode. Every character has a personal Flavio beside them at all times. We have the worldwide web of horrors. The virus has grown exhausted and frustrated with its continued presence in this realm, still unable to find that damned Teletubby. Deciding on a new course of action, it opens up hyperlinks all around Sandro that allows the horrors of internet horror massacre to step into the fray. During this event, many of Smashworks Showdown stages have a chance to be invaded by the monsters. These include, but are not limited to, MX running around Neo Metroville causing chaos where the city heroes tries to stop him, the Skin Taker bringing his own ship to combat Shiver's Bone Ship, Red Miss Squidward playing a tune on his clarinet that causes the waters of Cyrodiil outskirts to melodically float around the battlefield, Sonic.exe replacing his original counterpart's icon in the character design tier list, while all the other icons erratically bounce around, and much more. Additionally, some new cosmetic skins are available for select characters, such as a Gorefield-inspired skin for Carcinosaur, a Guardian outfit for Googly Shrew, and a Springtrap-esque suit for Diamonds, complete with a security guard uniform for Penny. Gallery! Character Luna by Jolene. Cackle by Jolene. Gustus by Jolene. We have the Googly Shrew by Indoor Otaku. We have Strife, of course. We got Gustus, recolored by Jolene. We got another some artwork from Just a Regular Human Being, Famp, Googly Shrew, and the Soft Waddle Gang. It's Louis and Hattie, Gustus. Man, there's an entire, fan art gallery at the end of this? Are you all serious? This is so cool. I'm so proud of you guys. Gustus, Form, Garcia. We got Headliner. We got Famp again, because Famp's a sick design. By Hector. Oh my god, can I repurpose this as an emote? Because that's amazing. Got some sprite work from Skycrafter. Some more from Katatui. We got Famp and Strife.
Apply for free at phoenix.edu.
Got a Gary and myself, Risk of Rain 2. Love it. Another Gary from Hector. Got myself. Oh god. I don't know if I want to click that. I really don't know if I want to click that. Oh god. Oh, that's so cursed. Oh no, give that is a face that needs a mustache. Oh boy. Can I also make that an emote? got the most done with everything soft waddle.
For years and years I roamed. I gazed a gazeless stare. We walked a million hills. I must have died alone. A long time ago. Who knows? Not me. I never lost control. You're face to face with the waddle who sold the world.
We got Edson by Hector. We got Louis and Hattie by Hector. This is all amazing. We got Patchy. Monster for design, generated by Lobslug, originally prompted by Dixo. Oh, and oh my god. No way. Oh, this is so good though. It's like little like collages of the Peasant's Perspective episodes. This is the first one. You got the Zelda, you got Esmeralda, you got the Devil. You got the 8th one with Shez, the Courier. That, oh my god. That's amazing. And a special thanks to so many people. Like, holy shit, the amount of people that poured time and passion into this is it's blowing my mind. Like, I can't quite comprehend. I'll probably get, like, emotional, like, an hour after this stream ends, just kind of thinking back on this. But I'm flabbergasted that this exists. Absolutely flabbergasted. And coming soon, once our brains heal, Smashworks Speedway Sandro GP. I can't wait to see how that happens. Both to see like how this evolves now that it's been presented to a lot more people. I know Dixo's been talking about a second document for if other people want to contribute, as well as just seeing how these sorts of group projects can move forward now that this idea has been presented. I cannot wait to see how this is evolving. Gosh, this was a long episode. What's crazy is there's probably like 3 or 4 additional episodes worth of content within this singular idea. And I'd be willing to bet it's all pretty damn good. Just like, hats off to all of you. I'm blown away. I am blown away. And that's not to, like, discount any of the other stuff that we talked about earlier as well. We had a lot of good ideas today. Sorry, I'm also very much losing my ability to talk. But we had the hilarity of Washer Banjo. We had a amazingly like well-crafted concept that actually convinced me on the qualities of Shez. I was not expecting that to work, Akonu. Well done. We had some fun little single documents ideas for various Nintendo crossovers by Doodle Productions and Joshua. We had Nestor and Smash with one of the most amazing intro trailers I've ever seen. We had Sonic on the Run by Radfarious, which is one of the best Sonic concepts I've ever seen. We had a really great Fallout moveset that really embraced the core gameplay of the Fallout series. And just the insanity, the sheer insanity of Smashworks Showdown. And an ad of somebody falling out of a tree for some yard work presentation thing. Whew. I've hit that point of exhaustion where you ever stay awake for so long that eventually you start feeling awake again, which means that you're definitely not awake at all. Sorry. Just trying to breathe a little bit. This has probably been my favorite episode. That was a wonderful culmination of just the last... What is this episode? 18th episode? Of the entire history of the Peasant's Perspective series and what this kind of conceptual style of creativity can lead to as like ideas are built upon each other, as people learn from each other how they can improve their ideas and you can eventually create something more and more impressive. Warms my heart to see. So you know what? Thank you guys. Thank you for enabling me to do these series. I really, truly appreciate it. It's a much needed break from college these days. I have been very exhausted lately. This was the mental break I really needed. Alright. I am looking forward to this next chapter of Peasant's Perspective as people really start working together to create all these insane concepts. And that, again, as we've said in multiple ideas for today, don't let it dissuade you from just doing like the single page ideas, because those have merits in their own manner. But until those next times, until the next month where we can see how those ideas come into fruition, I will say goodbye for now, and that I am so looking forward to seeing what else you guys will bring next time.